So once again, welcome into Tucson Dragway. Hey, we're going to make that second call for our big wheels. So big wheels, this is your second call. We need you to the lanes, please. So we're getting ready to go run your category. So big wheels, second call. Attention to pits, final call, big wheels. Big wheels, you should be at the base of the tower. Run your category. So big wheels, final call, base of the tower. So just a little information to pass on to everybody. Stage lock will not be in effect this evening, so stage lock will be off for all categories. So once again, if you'd please pass it on to everybody, stage lock will be off, OFF, for all categories. Attention pits, going to put out that final call for our big wheels. Our big wheels are out the starting line and ready to roll, so should be just a couple of minutes. So if you're not up here with your big wheel, you're liable to miss it. We do have big wheels on the line getting ready to go. Put out a couple of safety items for you. If you are unfamiliar with Tucson Dragway, I want to welcome you in, say thank you for coming out and participating in our team race. It is 10 miles an hour down the return road, through the pits, and the staging lanes is all 10 miles an hour. Left lane has the right-of-way. Please do not remove any of your safety equipment while you're still on the racing surface. Once you exit the racing surface and are headed back south on the return road, if you've gone up to the far turn just before the kitty litter, please pay attention to that stop sign there at turn 2. If that sign is lit, please stop, as we have the racetrack is being cleared. So there's a car coming off of the racetrack there. So please stop if you see that stop sign, stop light lit, right there where our safety equipment is. Again, left lane has the right of way. Please exit as quickly and safely as possible at one of our 2 left-hand exits. If you're in the right lane, please look out for that car over there in the left lane. Don't cut them off. We do not need a crash up there right in front of our safety gear. We just want them to sit and watch the races. We don't need them to work at all. So once again, please make sure that all your safety equipment is in place prior. I mean, once you exit the racetrack. So if you're still on the racetrack, safety equipment is in place. Once the track lights come on, we do need at least one working tail light. So once again, once the track lights are on, tail lights are on. Tonight is a team race. We'll follow the same run order and same lane, the same run order. Everything will be the same as it was for all the previous team races. There will be buybacks. If you do happen to be around one runner-up, the buybacks will be taken care of. Bob and Fred will do that for you as normal. There will be a run for the money. So you get one test hit, and we'll go into run for the money. That'll be taken care of in the lanes. Bob and Fred will do that as well. And then buybacks will be taken care of after round 1. So once again, there will be only one time hit, then the run for the money, then into eliminations.
Hello there.
So a little, I messed up that, guys. Your first time run is the run for the money. So looks like we're only going to do that one time. So Billy just sent it up. By the way, the time run is the run for the money. So guys, sorry about that. It looks like we will go right into a run for the money. So if you want to get into that, your first time run, again, that is your run for the money. So again, if you want to get into that, that will be on the first time run, first and only. So once we get into making those calls, which we'll do shortly after our big wheels are complete, we've got 2 complete races for our big wheels, and then we'll get into our run for the money for our team number 7. So one more time, guys. If you want to get into the run for the money, that will be our first call to you. That will be the one and only time run. So numbers on the window, money in hand. Fred and Bob will take care of that in the lanes for you. But once again, we will have buybacks if you do happen to be runner-up in round number 1. Once we get into eliminations, that'll be taken care of at the buyback window as normal. So once again, we are going to do our team race. It'll be same run order, same lanes, all that kind of good stuff. So we'll let you know about that. But one more time, the first time hit, only time hit, is your run for the money.
left lane is going to be 06. Dial in 5.80. Right lane 14. Dial in 9.30.
Hands on the pedal. Put it back.
Dial in 5.98. Right lane 3358. Hey Matt. We're gonna redial the left lane to 5.75. Right, Paul, 5.75. Okay, right lane is going to be 3358. Dial in 6.90.
Does it trip their beam? They want their beam.
Look over, Sam. Look over, buddy. Right lane 12. Dial in 6.42.
Showing up.
Go,
go, go, go, go, go, go, go, go, go, go. All the way, all the way, all the way.
5.20. Right lane 5. Dial in 7.9. Right lane 777R. Dial in 7.80. 7.80. He's gonna be like, Dad, she was
Yeah, you guys talked over each other.
Okay. Dial in on the right lane is 7.80. Right
I
lane
feel like they need to start pairing our kids together.
dial at 6.20.
Matt, you're not pairing the right kids together.
I don't have control. All right, come on back. All right, come on back. Okay, first pair in the left lane is Avery Keller. Yes. Right lane is Sam. Second pair left lane is Dalton. Right lane is Ben. Last pair left lane is Maverick. Right lane is Mackenzie. Okay, first pair for round 2, left lane is 06. Dial in 5.80. Right lane is 11. Dial in 5.80. Right lane is 10, dial in 5.15. First one is going to be a Byron in the left lane, 06. Dial in 5.70. Via Byron 06. Dial in 5.70.
Go, 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 go. Hard, hard, go. Go.
Right lane is going to be 87. Dial in 5.90. Alright, come on back. Right lane is Ben. Alright, final round, left lane 06. Dial in 5.65.
You gotta pedal hard, okay?
Right lane 10. Dial in 5.15.
Go. Go, go, go. Go, Amy, go, go.
Good job, Ben.
Finish up, guys. Alright. First pair, left lane is Sam. Right lane is Addison. Second pair, right lane is Maverick. Right lane is Kaya. Third pair, left lane is Avery Keller. Right lane is Electra. Fourth pair, left lane is Ben. Right lane is Olivia. Fifth pair, left lane is Dalton. Right lane is Avery F. Last pair, left lane is Winston. Right lane is Mackenzie. Okay, race 2, first round, left lane is 11. Dial in 5.45.
9:13.
Right lane is 14.
Okay, put your feet on. Sure. Why not?
Dial in 9.13.
Hey, hands on the wheel.
Go!
hard!
Right lane is 12. Dial in 6.12. Okay, next pair. Right lane is going to be 5. Dial in 7.98.
Go, all the way, hard! Hard!
Right lane is 8. Dial in 5.90. He's going to go first. Battle, Mackenzie, battle. Turn it there. Battle.
Good job, Weston. Hey, that wasn't nice.
Come on back. Right lane is Olivia. Last pair, left lane is Dalton. Right lane is Weston. Left lane is 11. Dial in 5.63. Right lane 87. Dial in 5.90. Okay, next pair, left lane 06.
565.
Dial in 5.65. Right lane 12. Dial in 6.08. I'll pull that you guys back out. Okay, I'll try again. Left lane 06. Dial in 5.65. Right lane 12. Dial in 6.08.
Go, 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 go. All the way, all the way, all the way. All the way, all the way. Go!
Come on back. Come on back. All right, first pair is going to be a Byron in the left lane. Number 11. Dial in 5.75.
And ladies, do you mind?
Second pair
I'm
left
trying
lane
to
is
race
going to
here.
be 06. Dial in 5.65.
Yeah, he was looking over for that spot, you know. Hey, I gotta teach him what works.
Go, 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 go. Hard, hard, hard.
Come on back.
I don't know what it was.
Right lane. Sam, you're left lane here.
Damn, you ate one eggy on your dial. You can get a trophy. Come on, you ate 574. And your dial was 574.
Are you ready? This is the final. You got one more in you?
All right, final round. Left lane is going to be 11.
Okay. Let's go 5.
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here we go. Head in.
Dial in 5.70.
First call.
Right lane,
Pro.
5.4.
Pro. Check
Dial
out
in
Auto Performance
5.90.
Pro. This is your first call for your run for the money. So now that'll be taking care of any lanes. Take care of that for us. Once again, check out Auto Performance Pro. This is your first call. To lanes 5 and 6.
All the way, hard, 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 hard.
Come on back.
Yeah! Hurry! You won! You won! You get
This is your first call. Check out Auto Performance Pro.
Hey, come on back.
6.
a trophy! At least I won!
Hey, bro. Hey, you went from falling on your head to winning. That's pretty good. That was awesome. Don't tell Rob it's a good race, okay? I'm gonna head back and try to fix like this car. Please help me.
Alexi, can you carry that?
Attention to pits. Attention to pits. We're going to put out that final call for Chuck Hawk Auto and Performance Pro. Chuck Hawk Auto and Performance Pro, your final call for your run for the money. So once again, this is the one hit. Again, you do not have to buy in if you don't want to. But if you do want to buy in, Fred and Bob are in the lanes. They'll take care of that for you. And please put numbers on the window for your run for the money. Final call, Chuck Hawk's Auto and Performance Pro. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Team race number 7. About to go in the books. All right, here's Jeffrey Edwards. And it looks like, oh, well, one of them's got a 1013 on the window. So usually Jeffrey here comes out of Phoenix in that teal-colored Nova here in the in the Bull 92.9 left-hand lane up against Jeff Holtzman. Jeff is in his Camaro tonight. Says he put a brand new 10 bolt or he ripped up the 10 bolt and went to a forward 9-inch, one of the two. So he was saying he had a little trouble, but got that all together. Did a little playing last night. Decided that would be the way to go. So Jeffrey out with a 74, Jeff with an 89, and Jeff goes, ooh, if that's if Jeffrey was looking for a 10-13, he goes about 8 under at 133 miles an hour. Holtzman goes 11-9. Here's Henry Labaugh, Arizona differential specialist. Him and Henry and David Labaugh comes out of Litchfield Park, Arizona, in a 1970 small block dart, 408 cubic inches for Henry. Henry's looking for a 1071. Up against Carson Heath. Carson in his shoebox Nova. That's a 65 Chevy 2. He wants an 1128. So as the tree comes down, it goes green for both drivers. Wow, a whole lot better light. Goes to Carson with a 30, and Henry a little bit tardy with a 1-1-1. But hey, right now we're just looking for that 1071. And he goes an 87 on the 71. Carson goes about 3 above, dialed to 28, and goes a 30 with a 3 at 117. There's Shannon Cole and Kevin Simonia. Kevin in the S10 right-hand lane with a 12.0. Well, maybe neither one of them bought in, so we'll find out here, because I think both the vehicles are quicker than the 12.0. So Shannon here in the left lane and her Camaro. That's a 1972 small block Camaro. Up against Kevin. Kevin in the S10 goes a 10.0. Shannon, she goes a 10.9. There's Mike Heath out of Cottonwood. Camaro left lane, 1043 dial. Up against Alan Walcott. Alan's with a 1095, so it looks like perhaps both of them bought in. Mike with a 007 on the red side. Alan goes 96 green, but still looking for a 1095. Goes 3 under. 92 and a 4 at 129 for Alan. Mike, he's going to go way under. Dialed 43, goes to 37 with a 4 to $126. Here's Sarah Kidd. Sarah driving the Nova tonight, Billy's Nova. Up against Danny Kortenberg. Danny comes down out of Mayer, Arizona. It's a small block Chevy under the hood of that Camaro. That's a 75 Camaro. Sarah in the Nova, 66. Danny with a better light by 2. Goes 24 green. Sarah, she goes 43 green. Danny goes at 1063 at 126. Sarah, she goes at 1045 with a 911. Stefan Schulte, left-hand lane. And I believe that's Savannah driving the Firebird. So Savannah Kidd in the right-hand lane. Again, don't believe either one of them bought in with a 12.0. Stefan said he didn't feel like playing much last night. Had a whole bunch of other things to do, so going to come out and put the hits on or this evening. So Savannah goes red by 41. Stefan 23 green. Then Stefan goes at 1080 at 122. Savannah goes a 13.0 at 104. William Moore. That's a Ranger pickup truck in the 92.9 Bull left lane up against Jeremy Plyer. Jeremy in the Nova. That's about a 72 Nova for Jeremy. Jeremy comes all the way down from Douglas in the Yanko clone Nova. In the American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. Uh-oh, William bumped into the beam. Nope, still got a green out of it. Jeremy goes red, but now's a good time to get rid of the red. Goes 22 red. William, he goes 1174 at 116. Jeremy's going to go a 10-3 at 140. Doug Fleetwood and Brandy Card. Yeah, Brandy and Thad. Brandy here in the left-hand lane in her Maverick. Brandy's looking for an 1173. I believe. Maybe it's Doug. 69 Camaro. Bone Scraper Customs, sponsor on this side of that Camaro. And quite a few paint jobs here in Tucson. Bone Scrapers. So the Camaro gets away with a 92. Brandy, she gets away with a 52. Doug's going to go 11-19 at 119. Brandy, she goes about 3 up with a 1 at 112. I thought this was Aaron, but I see Aaron standing there. I thought Aaron Edwards was doing the driving on the Radford Mobile here in the left-hand lane, but don't believe being Aaron standing beside it. We'll find out who is actually driving it shortly. Paul Coleman. Coleman is Chevelle. Comes up out of Rio Rico. Coleman Trucking, sponsor for Paul. Paul, nice 003. And then how he goes about 7 under at 140 miles an hour. If it is Aaron, goes to 13.7 at 100. Here's Thad Card. We talked about Brandy just a minute ago in her Maverick. Well, here's hubby Thad. They come out of Cottonwood. Up against Luis Ortiz. Luis in the Monte Carlo. So a lot of times we'll see him in the Bandit. He'll drive that once in a while. Every once in a while he'll drive the Venom dragster. Looks like he's behind the wheel today of the Monte Carlo. 11:15 is the dial for somebody, and it won't be Luis, because he goes a 900 at 148. Thad, so Thad may be the one that throw that 23 or the 15 on the window, because he goes 22 at 118.53. Oh, here's Chris Citro. He's driving Melissa's car in the pro category. So he said early on, he said, yeah, we're going to throw the Mustang out there for a couple of hits. And Cody Robinson is the one that has a 991 on the window over there in the Camaro. Arizona Bug Company, sponsored on the side of Cody's Camaro. Chris says, yeah, I can't seem to get the tree down. And again, he goes red by 144. Cody goes 9-0. At 136 miles an hour for Robinson. So a dead 3, not a bad deal after a 88 reaction time at 136. Chris goes to 12:09. Here's Trevor Ward. Trevor in the Camaro. I think we saw this Camaro early on today over at Cars and Coffee as they come up out of Wilcox and four-door Claude. Four-door Claude in the Fairmont. So a four-door goes a 049 on the green side, and then looking, it goes a 1097 with a 1 at 121 for four-door. Trevor in the Camaro is going to go at 1084 at 127. I believe Aaron was into our final last night, or went a whole bunch of rounds anyway, in this El Camino up against Joe Kidd, Senior. Joe Kidd in the S10. Joe went a whole bunch of rounds in the S10 last night as well. So Aaron McCammon in the El Camino. One of them's looking for a 960. That'd be Aaron, and he goes 3 above with a 9 at 137 miles an hour. Joe, he was looking for a 991. He goes way above with a 10-0 at 134. Here's Regan Walcott, left-hand lane, and Mike Passerby. Passerby with a 48 red, comes out of Maricopa in the Nova. Regan into Corvette. She's looking for, she's going to go at 10.9 at 132. Mike, he's going to go in 11.4 at 118. Here's that slammed, what he calls the yellow banana of Victor Sandoval. The banana in the right-hand lane, 67 Chevelle. Small block under the hood. Up against Ryan Tetrault. I understand Ryan's way up in the points chase in category. So whether it's pro or sportsman, not sure, but at least he's in the top 3 in the sportsman category. That's a 65 Malibu SS. Up against Victor's 67 Chevelle. Now the banana, that's a quick ride. Seems to be getting lower and lower too. In the 37 green, Ryan goes 20 green. Ryan's going to go a 11.65 with a 616 miles an hour. Victor, he goes a 9.46 at 141. Here's our sponsor over there in the right-hand lane. Thank you, Chuck Hawk Automotive in the Mustang right-hand lane. Up against Tyler Sally. Tyler in the Dart. That's a 1972 small block, 318 cubic inch Dodge Dart. Attention to pits, attention to pits. We do need our YouTube channel, Rubber and Asphalt Junior Street. YouTube channel, Rubber and Asphalt Junior Street. Your first call. YouTube channel, Rubber and Asphalt High School. YouTube channel, Rubber and Asphalt High School. Your first call. Junior Street, lane 3. High School, lane 4. Here's Mark Pelkey and Tim O'More. O'More over in the Camaro in the right-hand lane. 88 Camaro Pelkey. Whoa, wow. Tim, red light. That doesn't happen very often. Goes 11 red for Tim. Pelkey looking for a 10-0, goes above with a 35 at 130 miles an hour. Tim goes 893. So he was only about 16 above at 153. Here's last night's winner in our gambler, John Amstutz. Stutz. John Amstutz. Sorry, John. Screwed it up again. Don't believe John bought in. Look in that Z28. Small block, 355 cubic inches. Look at Jason. Jason in the Nova. Jason looking for an 1131. John goes a 12.28 at 115. I'm sorry, 111 miles an hour. Jason's going to go 11.64 on the 31, so 3 above at 115. Here's Russ Lindsay, and hey guys, that's an Oldsmobile over there in the right-hand lane, or the American Walk-In Cougars right lane. Goes red by 1/1000th of a second. Kurt Zenvalida here in the Roadrunner left lane. Goes a 9:21 at 145 miles an hour. Here's Joe Kidd Jr. Now Joe Kidd was in our gambler last night. I was actually kind of hoping we would have Joe Kidd and Joe Kidd Jr. in the gambler final, but yeah, that didn't work out. But we were hoping. Up against Matt Hawk. Hawk in the Maverick. Hawk Family Racing. I want to say thanks out to Matt for taking care of our big wheel program. So Matt's does very well with our big wheels. Gets away this time with a 2,000 red. Junior goes red by 11, looking for an 11:43. One of them's got 11:43 anyway. We'll see which one. Looks like maybe it was Matt because he goes 5 above with a 5 at 115 miles an hour. Junior goes 126 miles an hour on a 10.5. Attention pits, second call. Second call going out. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel Junior Street. YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt High School. Second call, both categories. Well, it looks like Jay is in the dragster tonight. Austin not going to be in the car. Looks like Jay's going to do it. Up against Steve Lee. I had a quick chat with Steve early on. Said, okay, we're all back in our own cars now. And Brian, that you just saw Brian go down through in his Mustang. Brian had back surgery, so he's kind of just doing a little testing and making sure everything's good with his back. But Steve said, we don't have any rental cars or anything. We're all back in our own Mustangs. And Brian said when he jumped in that Chevy, everybody gave him a real hard time. So they're Ford Blue Oval through and through. But Steve, here on the left side. Jay Axtell, and the Yancer dragster goes 80 green. Steve, he's going to go 46 green. And then goes to 1062. Jay's going to go 908 at 149. So here's Brian. We talked, like I said, we talked to Brian a little while ago, and he said, recuperating, and good to see you out. Back out again, Brian. That's tough, especially to have back surgery and then jump in a race car. 67 Mustang. Red light. He says hasn't been in the car for several months, so get rid of that red light right now. Attention to pits. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Your first call. Lanes 1 and 2. Final call. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel, Junior Street. Final call. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel, High School. Your final call. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Your first call. Sean Brewster in the Fiat. Now that's a small block Chevy power, 355 cubic inches for Sean. Looking for a 976. Goes to 69 at 136 on that 76. There's Rob Khalil. Rob in the 66 big back windowed Barracuda. Rob was in our Gambler last night as well. Even had a little wheel hop out there. That's the 21 green. And then he goes at 1064 at 127. Here's Mr. Wolfmeyer in the long roof Vega, small block Chevy powered. I think it's a stroker motor, 383. Perhaps he bought it with an 11.0. That's usually what the Marv runs. Wow, there you go, Marv, 009. Way to hit the tree. And then he goes 8 above with the 7 at 119 miles an hour on the 11.0. Bob Cohen in the Insidious C10 pickup truck. So Cohen here in the left-hand lane. Don't believe he bought in with a 12.0 dial. Nice hit for Bob, 005 for the Insidious. Then goes a 10.99 at 120. Brian Johnston in the 78 Corvette, tower side, big block power. Maybe Ken Passerby in the Vega. Passerby in the Vega goes 2 under. Dial to 60, goes to 58 and a nickel at 126 miles an hour. Here's Miss Trammell here in the left-hand lane of the Malibu up against the Dirty Bird. That's Kyle Fritz over there in the right-hand lane and his Firebird. So the Dirty Bird is what he calls the 89 Pontiac Firebird. That is a big block Chevy, 632 cubic inches in the American walk-in cooler's right-hand lane. Jessica Rassin. Double red light, but hey, doesn't matter. Just looking for the numbers. Kyle wants an 1171. Jessica, yeah, wants it hit. So Kyle goes above, about 13 above, dialed in 71, goes in 84 at 113 miles an hour. Jessica, she goes to 1313. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, your second call. Here's Jordan Hart. Jordan in the right-hand lane, 2000, the Corvette red light 28 up against Paul Lorton. Now, a lot of times we get to see Paul in both his dragster and the Vega. So let's see if he's going to be doing double duty tonight in Super Pro and Pro. Looks like he goes about 4 above. Dialed in 82, goes in 86 at 122 after 11 light. Jordan, he goes to 1285 at 108. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm going to introduce Zach to you. And Zach's going to call our junior street and high school. It's on.
Hello, everybody. This is junior street and high school. In our left lane, we have Madeline Smith in a Mini Cooper, and on our right, we have Erin Edwards in the Radford Racing Mobile. The Radford Racing is going to red. Jace Renault in the Tower Side lane in an 02 Chevy S10. Reaction time 0.79. Gonna get an 11.073 at 62 miles an hour. In our left lane, Ruby Schult in an 04 Chevy 2500. And in our right lane, Andrew Hanauska in a 13 Infiniti G37. In the left lane, we're going to run a 10.64 at 70 miles an hour. And in our right lane, Andrew is going to be running a 9-second, 80 miles an hour. Attention pits, final call, Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycles lanes 1 and 2. In our right lane, we're going to have Haley Bopp in an 07 Corvette. And our right lane is going to be Daniel Wilburn in a .97 Chevy, a 97 Chevy S10. That Corvette is gonna red light, and we're gonna have that 97 Chevy in a 8.605 at 86 miles an hour. We're going to have Allison Bolay next at a 12-second dial. Wow, great light, 002. Eighth mile in 7.7 seconds at 84 miles an hour. Great light, 0.002. First call for Burt's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Their run for the money. Sportsman, your run for the money. Bob and Fred will be collecting the money in the lanes. We have Matt Fisher in our left lane, and in our right, Tom Patterson in a 78 Kawasaki. Tom Patterson's going to be red lighting by 1,000th of a second. Matt Fisher going to be doing his 10.58th mile at 73 miles an hour. Second call for Sportsman. Bert's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Second call. Mike and Marty Layton. Mike in the left, Marty in the right. In the left lane, we're going to have an 06 Harley V-Rod, and in the right lane, we're going to have a 2001 Suzuki Bandit. Great light from Mike. Justin Willison in our left lane in a 96 Kawasaki ZX9L. Marlene Willison in the right lane in a 96 ZX 1100. Great lights all around. Justin going to be doing a 9.3 at 140. Marlene in the right lane going to be doing a 9.6 at 135. David Aller in our left lane in a 78 Kawasaki 1000. In our right lane, Bill Kusar in a 78 Kawasaki. Attention, tech will close at 8 p.m. Great lights from both. Gonna hit the quarter miles at a 9.3 in the left lane and a 9.4 in the right lane at 138 in the left and 142 in the right. Now at the line, Dan Schneider in the left lane in a Harley V-Rod 05. And in the right lane, Matt Blewett in a 2000 Buell Cyclone. Final call for Burt's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Great lights, very close from both. Gonna hit the quarter miles at 9.9 at 135 in the left lane and 9.8 seconds at 132 miles an hour in the right lane. Craig Braun is up in the tower side lane. Good light. Oh, looks like the engine is... Looks like some bike trouble from Craig Braun. There's a report of debris on the racetrack. Our safety crew will be going out and inspecting. Bert's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman lanes 3 and 4 are going to be next up. In our left lane, Haley Bop with a dial 11, both dials at 11.54. Haley Bop in the left lane in a 2007 Corvette. Carl E. Mapes Jr. in an 88 Chevy in that right lane. That's going to be the pickup. It's going to be red lighted on the right lane. Track lights are on, tail lights are on. We're going to need at least one functioning tail light now that track lights are on. Both dials are going to be at 17s. Right lane is going to be Ryan Tetrauld in a 65 Malibu SS. Christine Fife in the left lane in a C10 pickup truck. A big block Chevy 454. Gonna red light that right lane in the Malibu. Gonna clock a 14 in the left. Both dials again at 13s. Kyle Vance in a 90 Mustang in our left lane, and John Silesian in an John Silesian in our right lane in an 06 Jeep Grand Cherokee. Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro lanes 7 and 8. First call. Run for the money. Gonna red light in that left lane. In the right, you're gonna clock a 13.3 at 103 miles an hour. Again, track lights are on, tail lights are on. Gonna need one functioning tail light. In our left lane, Jacob Trammell in a 2024 Honda Civic. In our right lane, a 2020 Camaro piloted by Brian O'Moore. Red light in the Camaro on the right lane. Second call for Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro lanes 7 and 8. That's second call. Run for the money. Dial bought in at 1313. Kenzie Jones in a 95 Firebird in the left lane. Don Butler in a pickup in the right. Both are going to red light. Left lane, Arami Slade in an 09 Pontiac G6. Our right lane, Melissa Citro in an 86 Mustang. Both are going to red light. The better light is going to go to Melissa Citro in the right lane. Dial bought in an 11.95. Left lane is going to be Luis Hermosillo in a 74 Duster, and right lane is going to be Chase Lamp in a 79 Chevy Camaro. Final call for Burt's Electric and Plumbing, Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. Final call, Cannon Powder Coating, lanes 7 and 8, Super Pro. Run for the money. Chase Lamp gonna red light in the right lane. Dial bought in at 17 seconds. Russ Lindsay in a 77 Oldsmobile in the left lane, and an 02 Chevy S10 and Cade Reynolds in the right lane. Great light by Cade Reynolds, running a 17 second at 80 mile an hour. Russ Lindsay in the left lane at a 13 second at 102. Dials bought in at 11.93. Samantha Kidd in the right lane in a 79 Ford Pinto. And Allison Bollet in the left. Again, track lights are on, one tail light needs to be on. Great dials all around. Reaching the quarter mile at 11.303 for Allison at 121 miles an hour, and Samantha at a 13.46 at 97 miles an hour. Next up, Joshua Rowlett in the left lane, Keith Dunbar in the right. in a 70 Torino in the left and a 67 Mustang in the right. Keith gonna red light that Mustang in the right lane. Jordan Hart in a 2000 Corvette. Jordan Hart gonna red light in the Corvette. Next up is going to be Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro lanes 7 and 8. First cars are going to be Bill Kidd in the left lane and Joe Kidd in the right. Dials at 6.59 seconds. Joe Kidd in the right, gonna red light. Bill Kidd gonna have a really, really good light. Running an 8th mile at 6.6 seconds at 95 miles an hour. Next up, dial at 6.95 seconds, Nick Renstra in a 72 Vega in the left lane. Right lane dial at 6.3, gonna be a 70 Camaro, piloted by Cody Robinson. Both are going to red light. Far better light by Nick Renstra. Next up, Brian Thomas, dial at 6.22 in an 05 Roadster in the left lane. Right lane is going to be dial at 6.26 for Joel Blakely in a 55 Chevy. Solar light's going to come from both. In the left lane, going to be a 6.2 at 110 miles an hour, and in the right, another 6.2 at 109. In the left lane, Kevin Smania in a 95 Chevy S10, and in the right lane, Christian Stevens in a dragster. Sponsored by New Wheel. That was going to be a 6.37, and it's going to red light that dragster. Going to be a 6.3 for Kevin Smania and a 5 for the dragster. Dial's going to be at 512 for this next pair. Curtis Zinzilieta in a 69 Roadrunner, and in the right going to be Daniel Slade in a dragster 565 Ford. Curtis going to red light by 1,000th of a second. Daniel's going to get a dead zero at 5.12 seconds with a dial at 5.12 at 135 miles an hour. Dials are going to be at 6.6 and 6.85 for Lenny Fife in the left. Mike Gardner in the right. Both are going to red light. Mike Gardner with a slightly better light. Dial's going to be at 8 seconds for this next pair. Sarah Kidd in the left lane in an 84 S10. Chris Silman in a 73 240Z in the right lane. First call for junior dragsters 6 to 12, lanes 1 and 2. Very close reaction times from both. Going to be a 6.8 from Sarah Kidd and a 5.9 from Kiz Silman. Craig Moling in the right lane, going to be our Sportsman sponsor, and in the right lane. And in the left lane, Brian Lopez. Junior Dragsters 6 to 12, lanes 1 and 2, second call. Very similar reaction time, slightly going to be slightly better from Brian Lopez. Going to hit that 8th mile at 6 seconds in the left and 5.6 in the right. Going to go to Craig Moling, close to the dial. Next dial is a 5.57. In the left lane, Faustino Zaragoza in a 77 Vega. In the right lane, Luis Valenzuela Sr. in an 84 Camaro. That 77 Vega in the left lane going to be sponsored by Porter's Marine Service. Both cars going to red light. Going to be a slightly better light in that right lane. In the left lane, at a dial of 4.95, Vito Adragna in a 20 undercover dragster. In the right lane, with a dial at 6.18, Tony Pesqueira in a 67 Camaro. Going to be first call for Junior Dragsters, 6 to 12, lanes 1 and 2. I mean, third call for them. First call for the 13 to 17 Junior Dragsters. Next dial is going to be at 5.02. Tim O'More in our left lane in a Gebhardt Dragster. In our right lane, Doug Fleetwood in his 69 Chevy. Both are going to have good reaction times. Tim O'More slightly edging out. 8th mile at 4.99 in the left at 138 miles an hour. And Doug Fleetwood in the right doing a 7-second at 96 miles an hour. In our left lane, 6.28 dial, Rodney Ward in a 64 C10. In our right lane, at a 7.03 dial, Brittany Henkel in her 63 Chevy. gonna red light that left lane with a really, really good light from that right lane. Seven-second dial, a matchup of dragsters. Bruce Schroeder in the left lane and Jerry Duffy in the right. Second call for junior dragsters 13 to 17, lanes 1 and 2. Seems to have had a engine trouble in the left lane. I'm going to be pushing that dragster out now. Another lineup of 7-second dial dragsters. Randy Smith in the left lane in his 04 undercover, and Joe Lanvazano in the right lane. Very close reaction times from both. Both gonna run about 2 seconds under dial. Dial at 6.59 seconds. Dylan Smith in the left lane in a dragster, an 05 racecraft. And in the right lane, Pat Neal in a 96 Corvette. In a Cougar, not a Corvette. Great light from that left lane, Dylan Smith. But Pat Neal going to be closer to dial. Final call, all junior dragsters. Seven-second dial, another lineup of dragsters. Rory Haar in the left lane in an 03 undercover, and Jimmy Kelso in an Eddie's Engine dragster. Great light from that right lane. Both gonna run about 2 seconds under. Next up in our left lane, Chuck Hawk Jr. with a 4.99 dial in a 2000 S10. And in our right lane, Brad Akers with a 5.3 dial in a 2017 Yancer. Six above in that left lane at 140, and in our right lane, 11 under. Luis Ortiz in our left lane in his 2015 Yancer Dragster, and in our right lane, Gene Fleetwood in a 96 S10. Dial at 7 seconds. Great light from Louise. Gonna run 2 under in that left lane and 0.2 over in that right lane. In our left lane, Cindy Hawk in a 2016 Spitzer with a dial at 4.82. In our right lane, Leroy Duran in an 87 Grand National with a dial at 7.35. Great light from that right. .04 over in that left lane. Unfortunate that it's a red light. Next up, going to be another matchup of dragsters. Brad Hawk in that left with 4.16 dial, and Ken Rader in the right with a 5.43 dial. Great lights all around. Gonna be 0.02 over in that left lane and only 0.03 over in that right. Left lane dial at 5.32, Don Toya in a 2011 Yancer. And in our right lane, Nathan DeMarco in a 96 Yancer Dragster. Both gonna have a 0.04 light. Don Toya in the left lane gonna have 0.01 over his dial. And in the right lane, Nathan gonna be at 0.03 over. Dial at 6.73 for this next matchup. Joe Kidd Jr. in the left lane in a 73 Nova and Jay Axtell in the right. In a Jay Axtell in the right in a 77 Jeep. Joe Kidd gonna run 0.03 of a second on over his. Kyle Fritz in the left lane in an 89 Pontiac, dial at 7.27, and Jeff Morgan in the right in an 87 Mustang, small block Chevy. Jeff Morgan gonna own Morgan's Automotive. Kyle Fritz gonna be dead zero on that dial. And just 0.04 down from Jeff Morgan in the right lane. Jennifer Kidd in the left lane in a dragster, and Luke Makovica in the right, also in a dragster. Dial at 5.35 seconds. Light in that right. Paul Lorton with a dial at 6.2 in a 76 Chevy Vega in Tower Side Lane. 002 on the light. Dead 9 on that dial. Kathy Waters in the left lane in her Dan Day dragster. In the right, Raiden Rogel. Automotive Excellence, Travis Shoemaker. Automotive Excellence and Travis Shoemaker are going to be the sponsors on that right lane. Looks like they're pushing Kathy Waters out of the track.
All right, here's Christian. Sponsored by Don's Hot Rod Shop. Half scale chassis built back in 2024. Sponsored by AAA Glass and Tint, Katie Engines, and of course TMI. Up against Riker. Riker's over there in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Sponsored by Automotive Excellence. Sponsored by sponsored by Mom and Dad, more or less. Diego and Brianna Rohel. Travis Shoemaker and Pride Drilling gets away with a 78 light. To Christian's 52. Christian about 2 better at the hit. And then Riker's going to go an 894 at 71 miles an hour. Christian is going to go 11.9 at 55.71. See, now, of course, we are in the younger age group, 6 to 12. All of these drivers are your future of drag racing. Of course, here at Tucson Dragway, we go all the way from big wheels. And if you're 3 years old, you can get into that big wheel category. Go from the big wheels to the junior dragsters. We got 2 different categories of junior dragsters, 6 to 12, 13 to 17. Then you get up into the big cars, junior street and high school. So a lot of our junior dragster kids are jumping up into the junior street and high school categories as well. So Gianna Grotto coming out of Deming, New Mexico. Here in our 92.9, the bull left-hand lane. Up against Mila. Mila's only 11 years old, and she's going to go, wow, nice job, 003. Of course, as you know, we only go out there at about 660 feet. For our junior dragsters, Mila goes 9.10 at 71.34. Gianna, she's going to go a 9.28, 69.56. Here's Alexi. Alexi's Lorden. She comes out of Peoria. Now you've seen Dad in both Pro and Super Pro. He's running the Vega and the Dragster. So, boy, and Paul has done extremely well. I think he picked up the big check up in Phoenix for the divisional and the national. So Paul's done very well, very, very good recently. He's picked up a couple of checks here at Tucson Dragway recently as well. So see Paul out there doing a little bit of tuning on Lexi's car. Up against Colton Darby. Colton, 11 years old over there in American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Wow. Lexi, she's only 10. As the tree comes down, goes red for Lexi by 40. Wow. 40 never turns on a red light, but man, she threw up a 40 that time. Of course, Colton, he's going to go 34 on the green side. Then runs 8.94 and a 7 at 72 miles an hour. Lexi, she still runs through with a 9.42 at 68 miles an hour. Attention to pits, Pro. Chuck Hawk's Outer Performance Pro category. Attention in the pits, Chuck Hawk's Outer Performance Pro. This is your first call for round 1 eliminations. But also remember, guys, there are buybacks. If you do happen to be runner-up in round 1, Bob and Fred are over there at the buyback window if you need to take advantage of that. So Chuck Hawk's Outer Performance Pro, first call, round 1 eliminations. There's Jack Lorton and Aubrey Keller. Aubrey's in the right-hand lane. Out of Sun City, Arizona in a Spitzer chassis. I didn't know Spitzer made junior dragster chassis. Looks like Jack gets away with a 72. Aubrey with an 85. So Jack's going to roll through at a 53.60 miles an hour. Aubrey with 71 miles an hour. Aubrey a 9:15 at 12:07. So we're talking about our junior dragsters and our junior street and high school. So if you want to get your youngster into drag racing, come on out to Tucson Dragway. We got a lot of interesting stuff for them to do. They can meet a lot of neat people. And if they're old enough to have a driver's license, or 15, I believe it is, to get into junior street, might go over and visit with Chris Citro. He can fill you in on all the information for our junior street and high school categories. All right, here's Ariana. Ariana Vizuet. Ariana here in the left-hand lane, sponsored by Scrappers and Paul Coleman Trucking. And Charlie Edwards. Charlie was one of the very few in big wheels that had a perfect reaction time. Charlie, the car doesn't look like it's going to make the trip for Charlie. She's also sponsored by Radford Racing and Time Bandit. Ariana goes 50 on the green side. Charlie goes 24 red, but looks like they are going to push Charlie back. So Charlie will not make this trip. But Ariana goes 888 at 77 miles an hour. Here's Ella Smith coming out of Gilbert, 10 years old, left-hand lane, up against Gracie Slade. Now we saw Mom and Dad earlier, Daniel Slade, and Daniel went dead zero. And Mom, I don't, in the new wheel, rear engine dragster for Mom, but Daniel and Christian Slade. Daniel in a Dan Day chassis. And of course, Gracie sponsored by Mom and Dad and New Wheel. Again, still in that 6 to 12, the younger age group. I think we've got a few 13 to 17s, right around 10 or so in each category. Gracie, red light, 96. Kelly's going to go through that 660-foot mark, 39 green, and then 896 at 71.83. Looks like perhaps Malachi. Malachi comes out of Buckeye, sponsored by Phillips Overhead Garage Doors. So we got a food truck tonight. So if you got the hungries, you would like some pizza, we got a food truck out there tonight. Also have our, I believe one of our beer wells is open as well. So if you can partake of an adult beverage, you might stop by. But our concessions this evening. And, looks like the food truck is Arizona Pizza Company. So stop by over there, visit with them. They got some great pizzas, several flavors for you to choose from. But stop by Arizona Pizza Company and pick up about 3 or 4 of them pizzas and pass them around. Here's Malachi. Again, Malachi comes out of Buckeye. It's kind of interesting, during our junior divisional, Malachi picked up a little extra cash by running closest to the number. Best reaction time, best reaction time in eliminations. He's going at 8:93 after a 64 light, this time at 76 miles an hour. Malachi was one of, I think, four or five of our juniors that ran closest to the number. Attention pits, pro. Chuck Outer Performance Pro. Round 1 eliminations, second call. Chuck Outer Performance Pro. Second call. Well, we saw Gracie just a minute ago. Here's Jill, or Jillian. This is Sister Slade. Goes red by 116 over there in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Up against Isabella Grotto. Isabella coming out of Deming in New Mexico. Grotto's speed shot. Goes 82 miles an hour on a 783. Now, once again, we do have our two different age groups, 6 to 12, 13 to 17. They both have speed and ET restrictions. The older age group, 790s at 85 miles an hour. The younger age group are 890s. Here's Madeline Smith. Kind of a neat paint job on that little junior dragster. If you look up there, kind of Air Force colors and the way they used to paint up the old T-38s. Paint job on the car kind of looks neat. Got the teeth coming up the side. The star. Madeline's over here in the left lane, or the 92.9, the Bull, up against Maddie Kruba. Maddie, sponsored by Southwest Graphics and National Auto Collision Centers. 3 locations in Tucson to serve you for National Auto Collision Centers. Maddie gets away with a 97. Madeline with a 46. Maddie goes 796 at 82 miles an hour. Madeline, she goes 81 miles an hour on a 796. Here is Sarah Kidd. Now, we saw Sarah just a minute ago in her S10 pickup truck in Super Pro. She's only 17 years old, running both junior and Super Pro, but not the same car. Up against Cade Renault. Cade sponsored by LAT, KD Racing Engines, and Hoosier Tires. Also, Silver State JDP out of El Mirage up there in the Phoenix area. Sarah, wow, 6th out red here in the left-hand lane, but look at Cade. Wow, Cade Renault with a 003. Cade also, I believe, runs high school in his S10. So Cade's doing double duty as well. But a nice 003 hit for Cade. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Final call. Final call. Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro. Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro. Final call. Round 1 eliminations. All right, here's Jace Renault. I think Jace has been running in our junior streets category as well. But Jace picked up a win up in Phoenix a couple of weeks ago. Also sponsored by Katie Racing Engines, LAT, and Hoosier. Hoosier? How about Hoosiers? Easy for you to say. And I believe that may be our last one in category before we get into a pro. So Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro should be in the lanes. Jake's going to come through with a 788, 83.77. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we do want to pause for just a couple of minutes and remember one of our racers that has passed recently. And hang on just a minute. And also, we want to honor our troops, past, present, and future military. But we also want to take just a quick moment, and most all of you knew Mr. Polito, that took very good care of us out here at Tucson Dragway, as well as most of you out there, that he ran Tucson Asphalt for many years and was a great friend and compadre to many, many, many of us out here at Tucson Dragway. So most of you do remember Paul, and most of you remember the Mustangs and Alfred with the Vegas and Tucson Asphalt. So we would like to say just a quick moment of silence for Mr. Paul Polito. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and to a great, great man that we're all going to miss desperately. So also what we'd like to do is if you have a couple of minutes, we would like to pay homage and play the national anthem for our troops, our past, present, and future military, as well as our first responders. So ladies and gentlemen, please stand. Gentlemen, please remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. So very much. Hey, we're getting ready to go racing with our pro category. So another special thank you out to all right. Special thanks out to Chuck Hawk Jr. and Chuck Hawk Automotive for sponsoring our pro category. And once again, guys, our chip draw for the junior dragsters at Bill Kidd's Pit is happening right now. So once again, the chip draw for our junior dragsters is happening at Bill Kidd's Pit. Here's Jeffrey Edwards. Jeffrey here in the left-hand lane, that teal-colored Chevy Nova. That's a 1966 Chevy 2. It's a big block, 565 cubic inches. Up against Jeff Holtzman. And Jeff, red light, but tail lights, tail lights, tail lights. Jeff goes red, gives an automatic free time run over to Jeffrey, and Jeffrey goes 4 thou under at 132 miles an hour. Here's Henry Labaugh in the Dodge. That's the Dart. That's a, remember those old swingers? Well, this is a Dodge Dart swinger. 408 cubic inches out of a 406 cubic inch small block Mopar. 1087 dial, 92.9 left lane up against Luis Ortiz. Luis, he's in the Monte. He's got a 9.0 dial. He's big block Chevy under the hood of that Monte. He's got to go up against that 1087. So the 1087 leaves first from Henry. Henry and David Labaugh, Arizona differential specialists, Litchfield Park. double green light start. So Henry with a nice 009 and then goes about 16 above at 122 miles an hour. Takes a stripe by 21 and a win at 122 miles an hour. Luis, he goes dead 7, but he left about 40 at the hit. Here's Shannon Cole, Camaro, left lane. Mike Passerby, Nova, right lane. The Nova's looking for an 11:43. The Camaro looking for a 10:94. Ooh, it's going to be tough. Both of them 1.5s at the 60-foot mark as they both get away with a green light start. Better light goes to Mike by 0.2 of a second. Wow. Wow. 11:53 on a 43. Took the stripe by 11 and a win at 106 miles an hour. Shannon, a little tardy on the starting line at 6:21, and she was about 33 up at the stripe at 121. Here's Jacob Trammell. Oh, that's who's driving it. So Jacob Trammell driving the Radford Durango. $13.74 up against the banana, the flying banana of Victor Sandoval. Victor, small block power, 944. Right hand lane. Ow. Jacob, no tail lights. Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate it. Victor looking for a 944. Had a whole lot better light. Sorry, Jacob. 242 light to Victor's 29. And Victor, equipment saving 57 on that double 4. Took the stripe by 30 and a win at 122. There's Jeremy Plyer in his Nova. And Mark Pelkey. Pelkey left-hand lane in the Monte Carlo. Pelkey looking for a 10:35. He's in the 92.9 bull left lane. He's in the pre-staged, waiting on Jeremy. Jeremy might not like that 922. So might be too much, but they're checking the dials, which is the right thing to do. If you don't like that dial and you leave, you accepted it. So Jeremy, looks like Jeremy didn't like the 922. We'll see what happens.
Pelkey. Red light. Red light by 001 for Pelkey. Jeremy Plyer is going to get that win on a free time run. Goes 141 miles an hour on the 936. Here's the Dirty Bird from Kyle Fritz. Looks like Kyle looking for a 12-16 is the dial. Up against Derek Fisher. Derek in the Fairmont. Derek wants a 10.54. Oh, Derek, red line start. Derek looking for that 10.54, but Kyle's going to get a free time run, and boy, Kyle does not need a free time run, but he's going to take that and goes 4 under. All right, here's Kevin Simonia in the S10 pickup truck. 10:01 is the dial up against Cody Robinson. Now, Cody, I believe Cody had a perfect reaction time once this evening already, so he's looking for a 9.92 for Cody. Cody out of Cottonwood with that 992 and the 70 Camaro. Camaro's out in front. Here comes Kevin in a hurry, but cannot. Oh, 39 ten-thousandths of a second. Cody had a nice 13 reaction time. He had about 3 stuffed away in the bank and then goes 3 above with a 5 at 129 miles an hour. Kevin, he goes dead 6, but he left about 23 at the starting line at 131 miles an hour. So here's Chuck Hawk Jr. in the Mustang, 89 Mustang, small block Ford, 352 cubic inches up against the Falcon of Stefan Schulte. Stefan 1075. Stefan with, let's see if, Chuck tapping on the brakes and gets the win. Goes 15 above. Took the stripe by 86 ten-thousandths and a win at 115 miles an hour. Wow, Stefan, he was about 3 above at 121, but better light by 11 goes to Stefan, but Chuck was only 15 above and took the stripe by 86 and a win. Here's Brandy Card, left-hand lane. And I believe that's Ken Passerby. Looks like a Vega over there in the right-hand lane. So if it is Ken. So it looks like Brandy in that Maverick. What a neat ride that car is. Her and hubby. So Brandy and the Maverick, now, they come all the way from Cottonwood. And Ken, if that is Ken, can't quite see the Vega over there. It's a little dark over in that corner, but if that is Passerby. Mike Passerby has jumped into Ken's Passerby, and Ken was forever winning Super Street with that Nova. So we'll see what he does. He's running pretty close to that 1115 index with the Vega, but Mike's running the Nova now. So Brandy here in the left-hand lane looking for an 1173. And Ken, yeah, there's Ken Passerby in the Vega, so eyes didn't deceive me. So Ken gets away. A little better relaxing time. May go to Ken, and it, oh. Ken Passerby did get the win. But looks like Ken Passerby will take that win. Took the stripe by 15 and a wind at 115 miles an hour. So Brandy just a tick behind at the starting line, 161, so a full 10th back. Here's Sean Brewster. Here's Sean Brewster here in the Fiat left-hand lane up against Matt Hawk. Matt in the Maverick. Looks like Matt's dialed up at 1148. And Sean, he was a 966. So then, of course, the 966 got to chase down Matt Hawk. Oh! Matt goes red 0.04 of a second. Wow. Sean says, well, I'll take that. Well, it looks like it's, we might have to, got a little computer glitch, so it might be just a couple of minutes. I'll just let them know. So it's, well, again, we have just a little bit of easy for you to say, computer glitch. So it'll be just a couple minutes. We're going to run down and have a look at our 330 as well. So again, be just a couple of minutes. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you might want to check your pockets. If you had, I say had, an EBT card, we now have your EBT card. So come on up, let us know who you are, and we'll get it back to you. So one more time, an EBT card that was turned in to us. Thank you, Justin. And so it was just lost probably recently in the pit area. And we'll get that card back to you. So all you gotta do is give us the name that's on the back of the card. So once again, we do have just a little bit of a computer glitch, as well as maybe down there at the 330. I'm sorry, at the 660. So And it looks like we had just a little quick check down there at the 660, make sure that was good. And we're going to give it one more shot. So here's the El Camino left-hand lane, Aaron McCammon. Aaron looking for a 961. So McCammon here in the left-hand lane, 961. So got to chase down Jessica. Jessica in the Malibu. That's a 1979 Malibu. Comes out of Mesa looking for a 1311. So Aaron about 4 seconds patient. Can he do that? Yep, sure enough. Double green light start. Better reaction time, I believe. Going to take that one away. Jessica with a 42. Had 2 stuffed away as Aaron goes 60 green. But Aaron was only about 16 up. 16 above at 136. Jessica takes the stripe by 31 ten-thousandths of a second. And then she goes 3 above with the 1 at 102 miles an hour, but she also had 2 put away at the hit. Here's Trevor Ward, comes out of Wilcox in that good-looking Camaro. Again, I believe we saw this Camaro early on this morning over at Top Golf. Going to go up against Doug Fleetwood. Bone Scraper Customs is Fleetwood. Fleetwood looking for 1118. Ward, he wants a 1086. The 86 going to get there in time on a double breakout. Wow. Margin of victory 49 ten-thousandths of a second. Gave the stripe to Trevor, and Trevor took 27 too much as Doug goes 15 on an 18, 3 below at 116 miles an hour. Here's Tim Moore. Timmy in the Camaro. And Brian Johnston. Brian in the Insidious 78 Corvette. Corvette left lane looking for a 986. And Timmy with an 896. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Junior Street. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt channel Junior Street. Your first call. YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt channel High School. Your first call. So Junior Street and High School, first call. Here's Jason. 1156 is the dial. Up against Stephen Lee. Stephen with a 1062. And again, double green light start. The 65 Mustang. And we're here in the left-hand lane. Up against the 63 Chevy 2 in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Green wind lights come on for Steve. Steve goes 70 on a 62. Wow, because Jason, Jason has a 455 at 114 miles an hour. Here's Randy Lee in the fastback Mustang. Left-hand lane 977 dial. Up against Hunter Jones. Wow, Hunter normally in an alcohol funny car. And we see Hunter tonight in, looks like the Firebird, the Trans Am. 1305. Hunter looking for a 1305 in the Firebird. And like I say, we usually get to see Hunter in the alcohol funny car. Sponsored by Southwest Graphics and National Auto Collision Center. Oh, Randy. Gonna have to go to the buyback window. All right, Randy. That red light cost Randy the win. Hunter Jones picks it up, goes dead zero after an 81 light at 103 miles an hour. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Hey guys, if you need to get some fuel, you got just a few minutes. They're going to close it down at 9. So at about 10 till right now, you got about 10 minutes if you want to get some of that race fuel. Big John's going to close her down in about 10 minutes. Here's Rob Khalil in the big back windowed Barracuda. Goes about 18 up on it. Looking at the wind lights on his scoreboard as Alan Walcott turned on a red light by 81 and then goes 73 on a 90 at 129 miles an hour. Here's Brian Lee in his Mustang. 1030 is the dial. Big block Ford powered left-hand lanes, 460 cubic inches. Up against four-door Claude Evering. 81 Ford Fairmont. That's got a Dart motor under the hood. 363 cubic inches of Dart power. So Claude going 1096. Oh no! How did that happen? Brian had 3,500 in the bank. 3,500s put away. 002 light. Claude had a 37 light, but Claude goes 3 up at 118 miles an hour, and Brian was about 11 down. Gave Claude the stripe. He took 44, but Brian had a 002 reaction time, and Claude had a 37 and was 3 above and a win. Here's Mike Heath and Jay Axtell. Attention pits, attention pits. We do need our YouTube Rubber and Asphalt channel, Junior Street. YouTube channel, Rubber and Asphalt High School. Second call. Red light start from Jay. Jay in the dragster. That's a Yancer chassis. Throws up a 21 red. Mike Heath will take the win in the Camaro. Mike goes 125 miles an hour into round number 2. Here's John. He's in the Camaro. That's a 78 Camaro. In American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. He's got a 1221 on the window. Here in the left lane, that's Joe Kidd Sr. Joe Kidd in the S10 pickup truck with a 992 on the window. Rolls in, pre-staged and staged. John gets away. And a double green light start. Doing about 89 miles an hour through the half track. And a win at 111 miles an hour. 21 ten-thousandths of a second separates them at the finish line. And John goes 7 above with a 0. But he had 31 put away at the hit. Joe goes 4 above at 123. And John takes a stripe by 21 and a win at 111.75. Here's Joe Kidd Jr. in the big bumpered Outlaw Nova. 1061 is the dial. Attention pits, attention pits. YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt Junior Street. YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt High School. Your final call. Jordan Hart up against Joe Kidd Jr. Jordan Hart takes it away in the 2000 Corvette by 31 ten-thousandths of a second. Holy cow. 5 put away for Joe Kidd Jr. And then he was 8 above. Jordan takes the win, has only 3 above at 106. Here's Chris Citro driving Melissa's car. Up against Russ Lindsay's Oldsmobile. The Olds in the right-hand lane. Sun City, Arizona, 1306 is the dial. Up against Chris's 1208. So that 1208, I'm going to have to chase down the 1306. Can Chris get there in time? 1,000 feet. Number still coming up first for Russ. Yep. And Russ gets the win. Goes 4 above at 98 miles an hour after an 84 light. Chris was a little tardy with a 134 and then goes 4 above as well, but Russ had a better by 7 and gets the win at 98. There's Ryan Tetral. Now we understand in Sportsman category, Ryan is like in the top 3. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Your first call. So William Moore in the Ranger pickup truck. 1169 on the window. Up against Ryan Tetral, it's 1158 in the purple Malibu SS. It's a big block, 468 cubic inches of big block Chevy in the American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. Better light by 4 goes to the winner. Dial to 69 goes an 80. Takes a stride by 24. Ryan a little tardy on the starting line by only about 13. 14 and hands the win to William. Danny Cordenberg, Camaro, right lane. Marvin Wolfmeyer, Long Roof Vega, left lane. Marv with an 1104 on the window of the Vegan. Danny Cordenberg, 1062 on the window of the Camaro. Oh, Danny, 003 red. Marv says, yep, that'll put me right into round number 2 and I don't have to go see Fred or Bob at the buyback window. Then goes about 6 above with a 2 at 118. Here's Bill Kidd. I don't think Bill is driving the Nova today. I think there was a change around, so we'll have to see. Have to look back at my. Anyway, Kidd Family Racing, right-hand lane, 1047. Up against that car. Red light by 45. Billy into round 2. And he goes 3 above with a 0 at 109. Here's Regan Walcott, the Corvette left lane, and Bob Cohen. Bob in the Insidious C10 pickup truck. During our Hangover Nationals, it was Team Geezers that went several rounds. Bob gave him a helping hand on that. So Regan, one of our sponsors for the Arizona Drag Racing Association. So we want to say thanks out to Regan and Alan Walcott. Regan, red light by 0.02 of a second. And Bob's doing about 96 miles an hour through the half track. Looking at the wind lights on, and equipment saving 11:10 on 11:0. Here's Carson Heath and Tyler Sally. Tyler without any tail lights on. Tyler Sally in that 72 Dodge Dart. 11:55 for Tyler. Carson with an 11:30. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, your second call. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, your second call. Tyler bumping into the beams. Carson's already there. As they both roll away with a green line start. Oh, I bet the wind lights come on over there for Carson. Yep. 33, 3 above with a 7 at 112 miles an hour. Takes a stride by 16, but he had about 14 already here at the hit. Here's Paul Lorton. Now we saw Paul just a little while ago with Alexi and Jack in the junior dragsters. Ellie's jumped back into his Vega this time. He's looking for a 984 up against Kurt Zenzalita. Kurt all the way down from Flagstaff looking for a 929. The green wind lights come on. Up by 11. Win goes to Kurt. Here's Paul Coleman. Must have been the bye. Nicely done, Paul. 963. And he goes 2 below. 61 on a 63 at 139. So once again, we're going to hand it over to Zach. Zach is filling in. So Zach, it's all yours.
Hey, Tucson Dragway. In our left lane, gonna have Madeline Smith with a Mini Cooper, and in our right, Chloe Darby in a Prius. Our dials are gonna be at 995 in the left and 1145 in the right. Final call for Pushridge Automotive Motorcycles, lanes 1 and 2. The win gonna go to Chloe Darby in the right lane. Aaron Edwards in the Radford Durango in the left lane, and in the right lane, Jace Reynolds in his 02 Chevy S10. Dials are gonna be at 915 in the left and 1109 in the right. Great lights from both. Both going to be very close to their dial. In the right lane, going to be just a little better. Haley Bob in the left in an 07 Corvette, dial at 13.26 seconds. Ruby Schultz in the right with a dial at 16.18 in an 04 Chevy 2500. .2 off the dial in the left lane, gonna take the win with a .08 off in the right. Bert's Electric and Plumbing, Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4, first call. In our left lane, gonna be Andrew Kanasalka in a 13 Infinity. It's Danielle Wilburn in a 97 Chevy S10, gonna red light. Allison Bull in a 74 Nova. Gonna have a dial at 12.25 in our left lane. Reaction time at .08. Gonna be .08 off dial. Our Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle lanes 1 and 2 are gonna be next up. Nice night tonight for some pizza if you're hungry. Arizona Pizza Company is selling some. I had some for my dinner and it was pretty good. Second call for Bert's Electric and Plumbing, Sportsman, lane 3 and 4. Attention pits. First up for our bikes, in our left lane, Tom Patterson in a 78 Kawasaki KZ. In our right lane, Justin Woolison, 96 Kawasaki ZX9L. Dials are going to be at 9.09 in the left and 9.28 in the right. Bike down. Justin Willison going to have a bike down. Medics are going to be rushing to the scene. We're going to pause the races temporarily.
Well, it looks like Big Jim out there on the tractor. Going to clear it up just a little bit. And I want to say a thanks out to our safety crew. We do appreciate it, guys. Very, very efficient and taking good care of them. And we understand Marley is a nurse, so he's alert and you know, kind of shook up a little bit, but alert and talking. So the word from the top end that should it be okay, but once again, alert and talking. Kind of messed up the bike a little bit, but kind of slid around. But it's good to hear that he's talked to the rescue crew, and of course Marley being a nurse, going to take good care of him. So be just a few more minutes while Big Jim takes care of the racetrack, cleans that up. So I do believe we have our sportsmen in the lanes, and we'll finish off our motorcycles, jump into sportsman category. And of course, this is the round number 1 of everybody. And of course, if you do happen to be runner-up in round number 1, the buyback window will be open. So once again, it'll be just a few more minutes. If you have wandered away from your race cars or your bikes, you might want to head that way as Big Jim's putting out some more sticky stuff for us. And we'll get back into racing shortly. So once again, good to hear that Justin So like I say, Big Jim out there putting down some sticky stuff. We should get back into racing shortly. Well, so ladies and gentlemen, we have a non-race related incident in the pits. So Medic 1 had to go over there for just a little bit. So getting that taken care of won't be but just a few more minutes and we'll be back to racing again. But stand by, hang on, go get you something good to eat or drink. And like I say, we do have a non-race related incident in the pits. So it'll be just a few minutes and we'll get back to racing.
All right, race fans. Looks like our emergencies are over and we will be resuming. Our next round of motorcycles is going to be Bill Kusar in the left in a 78 Kawasaki, and in our right lane, Matt Blewett in his 2000 UL Cyclone. Dials are going to be at 9.4 seconds in the left and 9.86 in the right. Looks like our left lane's going to be a little tardy on that light. great light from our right. We're going to have a 15.5 second dial in our left lane, Matt Fisher in a Kawasaki motorcycle, and in the right lane, Marty Layton with an 11.33 second dial on a 2001 Suzuki Bandit. Looks like our left lane is going to red light. In our left lane, the other half of the Laytons, Mike Layton on a 2006 Harley V-Rod, and in the right lane, Dan Schneider on a 2005 Harley V-Rod. Great reaction in our left lane. But the right lane's going to take it home. Our left lane is going to be Craig Braun, and unfortunately our right lane, Marlene, has gone to be with her husband. That dial in the left lane is going to be at a 7.77. Craig gonna do 3 times his dial with a subpar reaction. That bike had to get pushed off the track earlier. It seems like it might not make it this time either. Once that bike's clear, we're going to have our next one, a dial at 9.31 in the right lane, David Aller on a 78 Kawasaki 1000. Again, we have David Aller in our right lane with a 9.31 clock. Gonna be a solid light at a .038. 0.006 slow on the dial. Sam Brewster's 1919 Fiat in the left lane, and Matt Hawk with a 72 Ford Maverick in the right. Dials are going to be at 9.66 in the left lane and 11.48 in the right. Red light on Sean in that left lane. Big time red at .122. Matt Hawk in the right lane is going to be just .01 off of his dial. Next dials are going to be a 15.66 in the left, Don Butler in a Toyota Tundra. In our right lane, Jacob Tremmel in a 2024 Honda Civic with a dial of 15.95. James in a Monza in our left lane with a dial at 13.15. Samantha Kidd in our right in a 79 Ford Pinto, 1348 dial. Both going to have good lights. James hitting a stellar light at 1,000th. Samantha gonna be just a little closer on her dial though. First, Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. Attention pits, Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. First call. In our left lane, Luis Hermosillo at a 13.68 dial, and Brian O'More in our right at a 12.8. Going to be 0.01 off in our left lane and 0.02 off in our right. Very close. In our left lane, a 17.15 second dial, a Rami Slade in an 09 Pontiac G6. And in our right lane, Jordan Hart in a 2000 Corvette with a 1283 dial. Arami gonna red light. 5 seconds off on their dials. Big difference. Second call for Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. Send up your racers. Our left lane gonna have a dial of 1206, Kyle Vance in a 1990 Mustang. And in our right lane, at an 11.72 dial, Ryan Tetrault in a 65 Malibu SS. Both Kyle and Ryan seem to be in the top 3 in points right now. Kyle Van's going to take that one. 0.02 off of his dial, with Ryan 0.04 off. Christine Fife in a C10 in our left lane with a dial at 14.3, and in our right, 1211, Melissa Citro in an 86 Mustang. Melissa gonna go red. In the left lane, Joshua Rowlett in a Torino, and in the right lane, Haley Bopp in an 07 Corvette. That left lane is going to have a dial at 1213, and the right's going to have a 1327. Joshua going to be half a second tardy on that light, and Haley's going to take that race. This is going to be the attention pits. This is going to be the final call, third and final for Burt's Electric and Plumbing. Cannon Powder Coating, Sports Pro, lanes 7 and 8. Final call, Cannon Powder Coating, Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. Our left lane is going to be Gerald Schultz with a 13-second dial, and our right is going to be Keith Dunbar with an 11.97. Gerald is going to be over double the dial. Oh. Our next race is going to be Kenzie Jones at a 13-second dial in the left lane in a 95 Firebird. And in the right, John Silason in an 06 Jeep Grand Cherokee, 1332 dial. In our left lane, it's going to be Carl Mapes with an 1151 dial. And in our right, Russ Lindsay with a 1307. Both lights are going to be pretty solid. But Russ is going to take it by 0.02 on his dial. 0.01 difference between the two. In our left lane, Cade Rennell with a 1713 dial in an 02 Chevy S10. And in our right, 1193 on the dial, Chase Lamp in a 79 Chevy Camaro. In 92.9 Bull right lane, Allison Bull in a 74 Nova, 1221. Next up, Brian Thomas in an 05 Roadster, 6.19 on the dial. Cody Robinson in the right lane, 6.3 on the dial in a 70 Camaro. Oh, and Brian Thomas going to red by 0.04 of a second. Next up, Chuck Hawk Jr. in the left lane in a 2000 S10 and with a dial at 5.04. In our right lane, 511 Leroy Duran in an 87 Grand National Dragster. Despite the 5,000th reaction time from Chuck Hawk, Leroy Duran is going to take this race. In our left lane, sponsored by Porter's Marine Service, Faustino Zaradoza in a 77 Vega. And in our right, at a dial of 619, Tony Pesquera in a 67 Camaro. Faustino going to win it on a significantly better light. Next are going to be Brad Hawk in our left lane, 475 on the dial in a dragster. And in our right, Jay Axtell, 667 in a 77 Jeep. Good reaction times across the board, but Brad Hawk in his dragster is going to take that. Sarah Kidd is next in our left lane in an 84 S10 with a Chevy small block engine. In the right lane, Gene Fleetwood also in an S10. Dials are at 683 in the left and 717 in the right. Eugene's going to have a subpar reaction time, and Sarah's going to take that. Our next race, Nick Reinstra in a 72 Vega. Going to have 692 on the dial. Joel Blakely in a 55 Chevy 150 with 625 on the dial. Identical lights from both, but Joel Blakely in our right lane is going to take that. Kevin Smania in a 95 S10 in our left lane with a dial at 633. Mike Gardner in a 67 Ford Falcon at a 682 dial in our right. Kevin Smania gonna red light, while Mike Gardner is gonna get a 6,000 light. Cindy Hawk in our left lane, 486 dial in a dragster. And Joe Kidd with a 626 in an S10. Little bit of bounce on that S10. And the S10's going to take it, that race. Next up, two dragsters. Tim O'More in the left lane, Brad Akers in the right. 501 in the left and 528 in the right. In the left lane, Tim O'More is going to have a dead 7. In our left lane, Brad Schroeder in an 03 Race Tech dragster. And Doug Fleetwood in the right, 699 in a 69 Chevy. Left lane dial is a 505. Curtis Zinzalita with a 586 dial and a 69 Roadrunner in our left lane. And Ken Rader, 547 in a 95 Dragster in our right. Next up, Randy Smith in a 2004 Undercover in our left lane. 534 on the dial. Jeff Duffy, 510 in a 14 Eddie's Dragster. Dylan Smith in our left lane, 493 on the dial, and Luke Makovica in our right lane with a 503 dial. Attention pits, first call, 6 to 12 junior dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. In our left lane, dial at 494, Vito Adragna. In our right lane, dial at 593, Chris Silman in a 73 240Z. In our left lane, Paul Lorton in a Chevy Vega, dial at 621. In our right lane, Bill Kidd, 660 on the dial in a 1966 Chevy 2 Nova. Lorden's gonna have a dead 1,000, a dead 1 on his dial. In our left lane, a 2003 undercover dragster, dial at 492, piloted by Rory Harr. In our right lane, Pat Neal in a 96 Corvette, dial at 667. In our left lane, Luis Ortiz at a dial at 526. In our right, Jimmy Kelso, 517 on the dial. Attention pits, second call, junior dragsters, 6 to 12, lanes 1 and 2. Jimmy Kelso going to red light in our right lane. And Luis Ortiz going to be 6 thousandths off on his dial. Joe Kidd Jr. in our left lane now in his Outlaw Nova. In our right lane, Kristen Stevens, 498 on the dial and 672 on Joe Kidd. Attention pits, final call for junior dragsters 6 to 12. And also first call for junior dragsters 13 to 17. In our left lane, Don Toya, dial at 531 in a 2011 Yancer. In our right lane, Daniel Slade in a dragster, 512 on the dial. Attention pits, second call, junior dragsters 13 to 17. Very similar on the lights, but Slade is going to take that. In our left lane, in a C10, Rodney Ward, dial at 624. In our right, an 88 Mustang, Jeff Morgan, 723 on the dial. Very close reaction times on both. In our left lane, Nathan DeMarco in a Yancer Dragster, dial at 5.5. In our right, Luis Valenzuela Sr. in an 84 Camaro, 5.55 on the dial. Final call, Junior Dragsters, 13 to 17. Louis gonna win in our right lane with a perfect reaction time. In our left lane, Lenny Fife in a Camaro, 659 on the dial. In our right, 542 on the dial, Joe Lavanzado. In our left lane now, Brian Lopez, 606 on the dial in a Camaro. In our right, Craig Moling, 555. .770 dial in our left lane, Kyle Fritz in an 89 Pontiac. Our right lane, Jennifer Kidd, 534 on the dial in a Dragster. In our right lane, American walk-in coolers, Brittany Henkel in a 63 Chevy 2, dial at 704.
Attention pits, Pro, TUCSON Auto Performance Pro. Now this is your buyback round. So if you bought back or if you won round one, this is your first call. Brittany gets away with a 19 light, looking for a 704. And she goes dead 6 after a 19 light at 97 miles an hour. So once again, TUCSON Auto and Performance Pro, this is your buyback round. Again, if you bought back or if you won round one, need you in the lanes. TUCSON Auto and Performance Pro. Hey, by the way, speaking of pro, I have Cody Robinson. You are the run for the money winner in pro category. Sportsman, that's Chase Lampe. You're the run for the money winner in Sportsman. And of course, Dan Slade, you are the run for the money winner in Super Pro. So we got those 3 envelopes already up here. Pro, Cody Robinson. Sportsman, Chase Lampe. And Super Pro, Dan Slade. Maybe a competition buy for Mila. So Milan going to get a buy run here in our junior dragsters. 87 on the tree. Through that 660-foot mark, Mila goes a 9:13 on an 890 dial at 70.01. Gianna Grotto. Gianna's over there in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Sponsored by Grotto Speed Shop over in Deming, New Mexico. Up against Gracie Slade. Now you see Big Dan out there. That's Dad bringing her in. Sponsored by New Wheel and Mom and Dad. Going to help out a little bit as Daniel was your run for the money winner in Super Pro. It's going to help out a little bit. Gracie wants a 15:23. Here in the 92.9 lane. Up against Gianno's 9:27. So, wow. Gianna's going to have to be about 6 seconds patient. Can she do that? Gracie with a 15. All Gianna's going to be able to see is a tail light. Both of them rolling into pre-stage. Gianna's in first on the stage beams. And Gracie's in. Tree goes green for Gracie. I believe we are on true start. So best red light wins. Oh, and Gracie, she left like 5/10 at the starting line. Gianna picked it up, takes a stride by 15 and gets a win at 69 miles an hour. Attention to pits, attention to pits. TUCSON Auto and Performance Pro, your buyback round, second call. Here's Raiden. Raiden Rohill. Automotive Excellence and Travis Shoemake. Our sponsors. And of course, Pride Drilling. Raiden's going to go looking for a 1420. And Ella Smith. Ella's here in the left-hand lane. She wants an 891. So again, about 5 seconds patient for Ella. Again, double green light start. Ella's going to have to play a little catch up. Like I say, she had to sit and wait for 5 seconds. Good tree, though, for both of them. And wow, looked like Raiden was a bit tardy with a 29 to Ella's 26. 3 thou difference at the starting line. And then Ella goes dead 5 with a 26 light. That's 71 miles an hour into round number next. Here's Kathy Waters. Kathy's over there in American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Comes out of Duncan, Arizona. Of course, sponsored by Mom and Dad. With a 903 on the window up against Christian. Christian is sponsored by AAA Glass and Tint. And also Don's Hot Rod Shop. Comes out of Vail, Arizona here in the left-hand lane. 1190 for Christian. All right. Again, better reaction time. Let's see how that plays out there at that 660-foot mark. See if that better reaction time over here for Christian. Yeah, it did. Christian had about 6 stuffed away. An 18 to a 70. Then Christian goes 8 above with a 0 at 55 miles an hour. Kathy, well, she was 14. But a 70 light, 6 below at 70 miles an hour cost her the win. Here's Charlie Edwards. Charlie coming down out of Chandler. Sponsored by Time Bandit and Radford Racing. She's in the 92.9 bull lane. That's the left lane. And Riker, well, Riker has an 890 on the window as well. So a heads up race from the tree. We'll see what it looks like at the half track. Depending on the trees here, the reaction times. Of course, Charlie, she's always been pretty quick on the trees, so we'll see, make sure she doesn't squeeze the bulb too tight and turn it red. No, it is a double green light. As they reach that Raymond Dixon half track, Charlie takes the win. Wow. She goes 4 above with a 6 at 75 miles an hour. Riker, he was 10 down at 72 miles an hour, but he left a full 10th at the starting line. There's Ariana Vizuet and Aubrey Keller. Still in that 6 to 12. Ariana, 11 years old, sponsored by Paul Coleman Trucking, Torco, and Scrappers. Got to go up against Aubrey Keller. Aubrey's all the way down from Sun City. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Pro. Tucson Auto and Performance Pro. Final call. So the numbers are coming up first for Ariana all the way through that 8th mile. She goes to 9:03, but had, oh gosh, about 8 put away. 149 to a 20. And Ariana goes 70 miles an hour into round next. Here's Colton Darby and Jack Lord. Well, it looks like Jack Lorton threw a 12 on the window over here in the left-hand lane. Colton, he got an 8 has an 890. Easy for you, say. Colton, 11 years old. Jack, well, he's 9. Of course, he's kind of following in Dad's footsteps. You saw Paul just a little bit ago in that little Vega, the red and black Vega. Throw down about a 10 light, and I think it was dead on 3. But Jack, well, a little tardy with the starting line. 156 to Colton's 29. And Colton was 5 above with the 1 at 71 miles an hour for the win. Here's Alexi Lord. Just saw brother go through and take a win. Let's see what Malachi Phillips does. Malachi is sponsored by Phillips Overhead Garage Door in Buckeye, Arizona. 890 for Malachi. And Alexi wants a 940. Oh, Malachi, red light, 1/1000th of a second. Alexa going to take the win. 43 reaction time and about 17 above at 68 miles an hour for Alexi. All right, here's Sarah Kidd. 790s a pair. Isabella Grotto and Sarah Kidd. Well, that may be wrong. It looks like they're going to change the dial for Sarah. Oh, yeah. A huge change. 807. Isabella Grotto. Isabella all the way from Deming, New Mexico. Grotto's Speed Shop over there in Deming. Again, we have jumped categories on you going into the older age group. So Isabella's 16 and Sarah's 17. So with the better reaction time on a double breakout win, Sarah Kidd takes the win. She was only 3 thou under the dial. Dial in 807 goes in 806 with a 7. That's 77 miles an hour. Here's Jason Roll. Jason, left-hand lane. 790 is the dial up against Maddie Krubach. Maddie sponsored by Momentum Brokers, National Auto Collision Centers, Southwest Graphics, Top Fuel Espresso. For Maddie. Maddie comes out of Mesa, 15 years old, up against Jace. Jace Renault out of El Mirage, sponsored by Hoosier, LAT, and Katie Racing Engines. 13 years old, so the 97 is going to leave before the 90. As they roll up into the beams, both of them turn on a green light. I think Jace out there playing with the throttle, but he had about a full tenth stuffed away. 153 for Maddie, 032 for Jace, and Jace goes above on the dial by about 6 thou. Dial to 90 goes to 00. Took the stripe by 19 and a win for Jace. Here's Jill Slade. Again, sponsored by Mom and Dad. That's Dan and Christian. Slade Electrical Contractors for Dan Slade. Here's Madeline Smith. She's in the left-hand lane. She's got a 798 on the window. Jill's looking for a 961. Both of them in the pre-stage. Crew chief's kind of looking at the cars, looking them over. Says, okay. Jill, it's up to you. Madeline, it's up to you, but oh no. Madeline 20 red. Jill gets the automatic free time run. So Jill goes about 8 above with a 5 at 65 miles an hour. All right, here's Parker Schroeder and Allison Bollet. Allison left-hand lane. Allison's looking for an 805. Parker wants a 790, right on that index. Once again, the envelopes that we have: Dan Slade, Chase Lampy, and Cody Robinson. You are your run for the money winners in category. Red light 19. Allison next round. Allison looking for an 805, goes an 800. 5 under at 82.5. Here's Cade Renault. Cade going to do the same thing, looking for a 790 right on index for the older age group. We talked about that earlier. 2 different age groups that we have. 790s, 890s. 85 miles an hour for the big kids. So our junior divisional that we just had last weekend. Kind of a neat deal during our fair. Close down half the track out there. Run our junior dragster divisionals for NHRA. Cade sponsored by Hoosier, LAT, and Katie Racing Engines. Tree comes down and goes green. Okay, 17 on the green side. All right, looks like Cade's going to go with 794 at 83.25. All right, this is our buyback round for Chuck Hawk's Auto and Performance Pro category. Mike Passerby, Vega, American Walk-In Coolers, Vega. How about a Nova? It's a Passerby over there in the right-hand lane with an 1145 on the dial. Passerby's Nova up against the Camaro of Shannon Cole. Shannon looking for a 1094. Both of them looking about at 1.5 60-foot times. And a wind light comes on for Passerby. He was 5 above with a deuce. Took the stripe by 45. Had a better light by 3. And goes into round next at 111 miles an hour. Here's Jeffrey Edwards and Jeremy Plyer. Plyer in the Nova. Well, the 72 Nova. Jeffrey, he's in the 66 Nova, or Chevy 2 at the time. The shoebox, Chevy 2. Big block, 565 cubic inches. Now Jeremy comes out of Douglas. He's in the Nova. He's looking for a 928. Jeffrey, he wants a 1012. Oh, Jeffrey, just a little tap on the brakes, but it wasn't enough. Jeremy drove past him, took a stripe by 34, and he goes 3 above with a deuce at 141. Jeffrey, he was 3 above as well, but he left 3 at the starting line. The Corvette, that's a 1978 Corvette of Brian Johnston. Calls it the Insidious. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, it's a 77. That's close. 985 is the dial for Brian in the left-hand lane. Up against Jeff Holtzman. Wow, Brian's going to have to be patient. As Jeff looking for an 1192. Jeff goes red. 4th thou red. Brian's got a free pass into round number 2. $133 miles an hour for Brian in that 77 Corvette. Jeff, well, that 004 red light. Here's Ken Pasterby, the Vega. Like I say, Mike took over the driving duties on the Nova. Ken jumped into the Vega probably a year or 2 ago. He's got a stroker motor under the hood. He's looking for a 1058 in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Got to go up against the Maverick of Randy Card. Randy, red light by yesterday. 230. She really left early. But Passerby says, that's okay. I'll go 31 green and then go about 19 above at 125 miles an hour. Yeah. Here's Henry Labaugh and Doug Fleetwood. Fleetwood, Bone Scrapers Customs. And Henry, Arizona differential specialist. Henry's driving the Dodge. That's 408 cubic inches on a stroker motor. It was started at about 340, 360 maybe. Looking for a 1087. Fleetwood, 69 Camaro. He wants an 1114. Fleetwood with a 78 reaction time. Going to take the stripe by 18 and go 6 above with a 6 at 114. But he already had about 7 put away. 78 to a 165. Henry was way tardy on the starting line. Of course, he was only about 3 thou under, but it didn't matter. When you're that tardy on the starting line to give the stripe up, there was no room. Doug took it away. Here's Alan Walcott and Jacob Trammell. Jacob out of Casa Grande driving the Radford. Yeah. Well, Allen with a 41 on the red side. Still doesn't matter. As Trammell looking at the win lights on his scoreboard. 65 green for Trammell, but Allen with a 41 red. Ryan Tetrault and Stefan Schulte. Schulte, left-hand lane. Ford Falcon out of Tucson. 347 cubic inches of blue oval up against the big block Chevy of Ryan Tetrault. Tetrault's 65 Malibu SS. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Junior dragsters, your chip draw taking place right now at Bill Kidd's pit. Junior dragsters, chip draw at Bill Kidd's pit. Almost identical reaction times. Schulte had about a 1 thou better light, but Ryan picks up the win. He was only about two above with a 6. Tetrault with the win. Derek Fisher in the Ford Fairmount. Right-hand lane. 10:45 down up against Thad Card Mustang. Again, double green light. Thad wants an 11:20. Derek with a 10:45. Oh, Derek taps the brakes and gives the stripe to Thad. Thad took the right amount, took 83 of it, and goes 16 above at 116 miles an hour for the win. Well, it looks like Derek did not quite make it off the racetrack, so our safety crew ran out there. Going to tow him off. Thad picked up the win, though, at 116 miles an hour. So once again, we got the run for the money winners. Pro Cody Robinson, Sportsman Chase Lampe, and Super Pro Mr. Dan Slade. Here's Jessica in the 79 Malibu. American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. And William Moore in the Ranger pickup truck left-hand lane. Hey, looks like Sean. Sean Brewster here in the left-hand lane, the 1937 Fiat of Kevin Simonia. Kevin with a 10:02.
He did it again, guys.
Well, we're going to have to do a little computer work. It'll be just a couple of minutes while we do that computer work. And
That last pair is going to get a rerun later on. Now, in our left lane, Bob Cowan in a 1969 C10, looking for 11:05. In our right lane, American walk-in, Claude Evering, looking for a 1095. Also looking for a 1095 in an 81 Ford Fairmont. almost the exact same reaction time on this pair. Bob Cowan going to be slightly closer on his dial. In our left lane now, Mark Pelkey, 1036. In an 87 Monte Carlo, looking for a 1036. In our right lane, Carson Heath, a 65 Nova 2, looking for an 1130. Carson gonna red light by 5 thousandths. Reagan Walcott in our 92.9 Bull left lane. 2019 Z06 Corvette looking for a 1091. In our right lane, Luis Ortiz, dial at 898 in a 1968. Attention pits! First call YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel Junior Street Lane 3 and YouTube Rubber and Asphalt High School Lane 4. Next up, left lane, Stephen Lee in a 65 Mustang looking for a 1064. And in our right, a Camaro piloted by Mike Heath looking for a 1038. Even though he was a little tardy, Mike Heath is going to take that race. Wolfie in our left lane in a 72 Vega wagon, looking for an 1106. Looking for a 961 in our right lane in a 67 Chevelle, Paul Coleman. Both with very, very strong reaction times. Paul Coleman's going to take the race with a very slightly better reaction time. Randy Lee in our left lane looking for a 975, and Matt Hawk in our right looking for an 1146. Attention pits, second call, YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel, Junior Street, and also YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel, High School. Second call for both. Rob Cowell in our left lane, looking for a 1064 and a 66 Barracuda. Beitman in our right, looking for an 1163 in his Chevy 2. Rob Cowell gonna take that one with a whole 1/10 of a second in his pocket. Next up, an El Camino in our left lane looking for a 962, Aaron McCammond. In our right lane, Jordan Hart, 2000 Corvette, looking for a 1287. Timo Moore in our right lane, looking for an 896 and an 88 Camaro. Brian Lee in our left in a 67 Mustang, looking for a 1043. Despite a significantly better reaction from Brian Lee, Timo Moore is going to take that race. Next up, our right lane, Victor Sandoval, 67 Chevelle, looking for a 943. Our left lane, Tyler Sally, 72 Dart, looking for an 1157. Tyler Sally with half the reaction time of Victor going to take that race. Russ Lindsay in our right, 1307. And Curtis Zinzieta looking for a 937. Curtis gonna take that one to thou. Joe Kidd Jr. in the Outlaw Nova in the left lane, looking for a 1061. In our right lane, looking for a 1308, Hunter Jones. Again, the left lane, Joe Kidd Jr. gonna win it with half the reaction time. Attention pits. Final call, YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel Junior Street and High School. Also, first call for Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycles. In our left lane, Kyle Fritz looking for a 1210, and our right, Cody Robinson looking for a 993. Left lane, Joe Kidd, right after Joe Kidd Jr., looking for a 991. And Chuck Hawk Jr. in the right, looking for an 1110. Attention pits, second call, Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycles, lanes 1 and 2. Joe Kidd going to red light by 0.007 of a second. Next up, Bill Kidd looking for a 1051 in a Chevy 2 Nova. And Paul Lorton in the left lane looking for a 986 in a Chevy Vega. Right lane, John Amstus in American Walk-In, right lane, 1220, looking for a 1226 in a 78 Camaro. Attention to the 2 reruns. You're going to be run after motorcycles in pro. The 2 reruns in pro will be run after motorcycles. Final call for motorcycles. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycles, lanes 1 and 2. Final call. In our left lane, Aaron Edwards in the Radford Durango. In the right lane, Jace Rennell looking for an 1108 in a Chevy S10. Left lane looking for a 915. The Radford Racing Durango gonna red light. Madeline Smith in our left lane. Madeline Smith in our left lane looking for a 975 in the Mini Cooper. In our right lane, Chloe Darby looking for an 1145 in a toy Prius. That left lane is going to be a 9.95, not a 9.75. First up in high school, Haley Bopp in the left lane looking for a 1337 in an 07 Corvette. Right lane looking for a 1598 in a Chevy 2500, Ruby Schultz. Attention pits. First call for Burt's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Our left lane now, Allison Bull. 1230. In our right lane, looking for a 1345, Danielle Wilburn. Gonna have very similar reaction times on the light. But Allison Bull in the left lane gonna take it. Next up, left lane 92.9 the Bull. Andrew Hanauska in a 13 Infinity, looking for 1405. Next up are our bikers. And our first pair is going to be Marty Layton in the right lane, an 1138 on a Suzuki Bandit, and Bill Kusar in the left, a 940 on a Kawasaki. In our left lane, gonna go red. Next up in our left lane, Matt Blewett in a Buell Cyclone, looking for a 990. In our right lane, looking for a 928, David Aller in a Kawasaki. Dan Schneider now in our left lane, looking for a 990 also, on a Harley V-Rod. In our right lane, Tom Patterson, looking for a 911 on a Kawasaki. Attention pits, second call for Burt's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman. Tom's going to be way off on his launch. And Dan Schneider is going to take that race. Now that bikes have finished, our next two matchups will be the two pro reruns. First up for our reruns, William Moore in the left lane, looking for an 1178 and a 2000 Ranger. And in our right lane, looking for a 1313, Jessica Racing in a 79 Chevy Malibu. William Morgan, a red light. In our left lane, Sean Brewster in the Fiat, looking for a 969. In our right lane, Kevin Smania, looking for a 1006 in an S10. In our left lane, Luis Hermosillo, looking for a 1366 and a 74 Duster. In our right lane, Carl E. Mapes Jr., looking for an 1152 and a Chevy pickup. Big backfire in the right lane from Carl. It seems like the truck may have died. We're gonna run Luis anyway. Attention pits, Cannon Powder Coating, Super Pro, first call. This is the buyback round, Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. In our left lane, Jacob Trammell in a 24 Honda Civic looking for a 1575. And in our right, looking for a 1332, John Salatian in a Jeep Grand Cherokee. Very similar reaction times on the lights from the two. But Jacob Trammell's numbers are going to be coming first, though John is going to be closer to his dial and take the round. Next up, Kyle Vance in our left lane looking for a 1204 in his 90 Mustang. And in our right lane, Brian O'More looking for a 1280 in his 2020 Chevy Camaro. Brian gonna red light by a pretty hefty margin. Matchup of pickups in our next round. Christine Fife in our left lane and Dawn Butler in our right. Left lane's going to be looking for a 1435, and American walk-in line right lane looking for a 1578. Christine gonna hit a red light. Next up in our left lane, Haley Bob looking for a 1330 in an 07 Corvette. And in our right, Ryan Tetralt looking for an 1172 in a 65 Malibu. Attention pits. Second call for Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. Arami Slade in our left lane, in an 09 Pontiac G6 looking for a 1727, and in our right, Samantha Kidd looking for a 1351 in a Ford Pinto. Samantha gonna take it. Good thing that Pinto didn't give out on the track. Kenzie Jones in our left lane, looking for a 1296 and a Firebird. And in our right, Cade Reynolds, looking for a 1713 in a Chevy S10. Cade gonna have 1,000th reaction time, and Kenzie gonna go red. Next up in our left lane, Jordan Hart, 2000 Corvette, looking for a 1288. And in our right, looking for a 1310 in an Oldsmobile, Russ Lindsay. Very, very close on their reaction times. Lindsay's numbers popping up first all the way down the track. But despite that, Jordan Hart going to take that round. Our left lane, looking for a 1230 and a 74 Nova, Allison Bowl. And in our right, looking for a 1201 and a 67 Mustang, Keith Dunbar. Attention pits, final call for Cannon Powder Coating, Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. Our last for Sportsman, Chase Lamp, looking for an 1194 in a Chevy Camaro. Nine thou too short. Joe Kidd Jr. back in the Outlaw Nova, looking for a 675 in our left lane. In our right, in a dragster, Christian Stevens, looking for a 493. Paul Lorton in our left lane, going against Daniel Slade in our right. Look in a Chevy Vega and a Dragster respectively. In our left lane, looking for a 621, and in our a 512 in our right. Daniel Slade gonna take it with an 013 at the light. In our right lane, Luke Makovica looking for a 507 in his Dragster, and Faustino Zaragoza, sponsored by Porter's Marine Service, looking for a 654 in his 77 Vega. Gonna be very close on their reaction times, but Faustino gonna take that round. On our left in his Roadster, Brian Thomas looking for a 620. On our right, in a Grand National, looking for a 514, Leroy Duran. Brian Thomas gonna go red. Cindy Hawk looking for a 486 in her Spitzer Dragster in our left lane. In our right lane, Jeff Morgan in an 88 Mustang looking for a 725. Cody Robinson in our right lane in a 70 Camaro, looking for a 634. And in our left lane, Randy Smith in his 04 Undercover Dragster, looking for a 537. Robinson, who just won the Pro Run for the Money, just lost this race against Randy Smith. In our left lane now, Nick Reinstra in his 72 Vega, looking for a 690, and Ken Rader in a 95 DRC, a dragster, looking for a 548. Both going to have very, very solid reaction times at that light. A .015 and an 010. It's going to go to Ken Rader with the 010. Dylan Smith on the left in his 05 Racecraft dragster, looking for a 496. In the right lane, in a 69 Chevy, Doug Fleetwood, looking for a 699. Go to Dylan Smith on account of Doug Fleetwood's very, very tardy begin. Big Joe in the right lane, looking for a 544 in his dragster. Brad Hawk, also in a dragster, looking for a 475. Both are going to have very, very good reaction times on the light. A 003 and a 007. Joe with his 007 is going to take that race. Next up, Nathan DeMarco in a 96 Yancer dragster, looking for a 5.5. And Joel Blakely in his Chevy 150, looking for a 625. Attention pits, first call for Junior Dragster 6 to 12 lanes 1 and 2. First call, Junior Dragster 6 to 12. Joel Blakely gonna go red light on that last matchup. And now we have Chuck Hawk Jr. in the left lane in an S10 looking for a 505. And Mike Gardner, Ford Falcon, looking for a 684. close reaction times on the light. But Chuck Hawk Jr. gonna take it. 0.004 better on that reaction time. Joe Kidd in our right lane. Gonna be taking a 627 in his S10. And in our left, Rory Haar, 494 in an undercover dragster. Attention pits, Junior Dragster 6 to 12 second call, and Junior Dragster 13 to 17 first call. Matchup of dragsters. Tim O'More in the left lane looking for a 501 and looking for a 517 in our right lane, Jimmy Kelso. Both gonna have very, very solid reaction times on the light. A 009 in that left lane is gonna slightly edge out Jimmy's 016 in the right. And next up, Rodney Ward in a C10 in the left looking for a 624. And going for a 595 in American walk-in lane right, Chris Sillman in a 240Z. Attention pits, final call, Junior Dragster 6 to 12, and second call, Junior Dragster 13 to 17. Both are gonna hit red lights, but Rodney Ward is gonna edge out with a 005 versus Chris Sillman's 011. Next up in our 92.9 The Bull left lane, Lenny Fife in a 70 Camaro, and in our right, Pat Neal in a 96 Corvette. Going to be going for a 660 in that left and a 669 in that right. Both coming in solid on their reaction times, but Neal's 011 is going to lose to Fife's 036. Sarah Kidd in our left lane in an S10 looking for a 683. And in our right, Moling looking for a 555. Sarah Kidd gonna take that race. Sarah Kidd is gonna take that race on dot. Final call on all junior dragsters, 13 to 17 and 6 to 12. Luis Ortiz in the Venom Yancer dragster, and on the right, Curtis Zinzlieta in the 69 Roadrunner, looking for a 587 and a 526 on the Venom. In our left lane, an 84 Camaro operated by Brian Lopez, looking for a 608. In our right lane, Kevin Smania, 633 in an S10. A little bounce on that Camaro on that launch, and the Camaro's going to take that. Kyle Fritz now in our left lane, looking for a 772 in an 89 Pontiac, and on our right, Brittany Henkel looking for a 704 in a Chevy 2. Attention pits. Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro, lanes 5 and 6. First call. Brittany gonna be red lighting. Should have launched yesterday. Oof. 604 in the red. Bill Kidd in our left lane in a Chevy 2 Nova, looking for a 656, and looking for a 536 in our right lane, Don Toya in a Yancer Dragster. Good launches all around. Don Toya's going to edge that out. Jennifer Kidd in our left lane, looking for a 533 in a dragster. And in an 84 Camaro in our right lane, Luis Valenzuela Sr., looking for a 558. In the left lane, a 203, and in the right, a 002. Attention pits. Second call for Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro, lanes 5 and 6. In our left lane, Gianna Grotto, sponsored by Grotto Speed Shop in Deming, New Mexico, looking for a 927. And in our right lane, looking for a 916, Aubrey Keller. Gonna go to Aubrey Keller with a 239 on Gianna and an 073 on Aubrey on reaction times. Hitting a dead 2 at 71 miles an hour. Now, Alexi Lorton in the left lane, looking for a 939. And in our right, Raiden Rogel, sponsored by Automotive Excellence and Travis Shoemake. Looking for a 1423, just 6 years old. Looks like Alexi's car may have died. It's getting pushed off the track now. .9 on the dial. Malachi Phillips on the left lane, sponsored by Phillips Overhead Garage Doors. On the right, Colton Darby. Phillips is going to take that one against Darby. And our next pair, an 8.9 in the left lane and an 8.92 in the right. Riker Raugel is going to be that left lane, sponsored by Automotive Excellence, Travis Shoemake, and Pride Drilling. On our right, Ella Smith. Almost double the reaction time on Ella Smith is going to lose her to Riker. Charlie Edwards in our left lane looking for an 895, sponsored by Time Bandit Radford. In our right looking for an 1190, sponsored by AAG Glass and Tint, KD Engines, and TMI Christian Priggen. It's going to be very close on the reaction times on that light. Three thousandths in his pocket. Christian's going to take that race. In our left lane, Ariana Vizway, sponsored by Coleman Trucking, Scrappers Racing, and Torco. And in our right lane, Gracie Slade, sponsored by Mom and Dad and New Wheel, looking for a 1483 in that right lane and an 890 in that left. Attention pits, Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance, Pro Lanes 5 and 6, final call. Gracie Slade in that right lane, gonna get a red light. And Ariana in that left, 4 thousandths under her dial at 77 miles an hour. In our right lane, looking for a 9, Mila. And in our left, Kathy Waters, sponsored by Mom and Dad, looking for a 910. In our right lane, Parker Schroeder, looking for a 790. And in our left lane, 797, Maddie Krubaugh, sponsored by Momentum Brokers and Top Fuel Espresso. .002 in the red for Maddie. Now we have Sarah Kidd in the left, looking for an 805, and in the right, looking for a 790, Isabella Grotto. O2 off on their reaction times. They're going to be very close. Sarah Kidd slightly lower and is going to take that race. Back with the Air Force dragster, Madeline Smith in our right lane looking for a 798. And in our left, Jace Reynolds looking for a 790. Sponsored by Hoosier LAT. Madeline in the right lane is going to hit a red light. Next up for our juniors, in our left lane, Jill Slade, sponsored by Mom and Dad. And in our right lane, sponsored by Hoosier, LAT, and KD, Cade Reynolds. In our left lane, looking for a 968, and in our right, looking for a 795. Cade Reynolds gonna take that race. Allison Bull looking for an 805 in our right lane. American Walking Coolers. 3-2 on the light. Jacob Tremmel in the Radford Racing Durango in the left lane, looking for a 1369. Mike Passerby in a 70 Chevy Nova, looking for an 1146 in that right lane. That Radford Racing Durango gonna get a red light, .087, and Passerby gonna get a green light, .087. Brewster in his Fiat in the left lane, looking for a 972. In our right, a 1059 by Passerby in a 71 Chevy Vega. Brewster gonna get a red light, 012, and Passerby gonna get a green, 023. Only 7 thousandths too slow on that dial. Bob Cowan in the left lane in a 69 C10, looking for an 1110. In our right lane, Matt Hawk, looking for an 1148 in his Ford Maverick. Hawk's gonna take that. Next up in a 66 Barracuda, looking for a 1064, Rob Callow in the left. In the right lane, Jeremy Plyler, looking for a 928 in a Chevy Nova. Rob gonna go 002 in the red. Next up in our left lane, looking for an 1160 and a 72 Dart, Tyler Sally. And in our right, Ryan Tetrault, looking for an 1172 in his Malibu. Sally gonna be 012 above his dial and take that race. That card, 79 Mustang in our left lane, looking for an 1120. And in our right, looking for a 1038, Mark Pelkey in a Monte Carlo. Information, all junior dragsters, your ladder has been posted. Very close on the reaction times on this pair. But Pelkey's gonna take it. Brian Johnston in the left in a 77 Corvette looking for a 990, and Mike Heath in a 67 Camaro looking for a 1039. First call, junior street and high school. YouTube rubber and asphalt channel junior street, and YouTube rubber and asphalt channel high school. Mike Heath, 5 thou off of his dial, going to take that. Joe Kidd Jr. in our left, looking for a 1060 in the Outlaw Nova. And in our right, 67 Chevelle, looking for a 959 by Paul Coleman. Attention pits. First call, Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycles, lanes 1 and 2. Joe Kidd Jr. gonna have 3 thou on his reaction time. almost perfect. Chuck Hawk Jr. in the right lane, looking for an 11:09 in his 89 Mustang. And in the left, Curtis Zinzalera in his 69 Roadrunner, looking for a 9:37. Attention pits, second calls for Junior Street, High School, and Motorcycle. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel Junior Street, YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel High School, and Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Second call. Next up, Kyle Fritz in the left lane, looking for a 12:10. And in the right, Doug Fleetwood, looking for an 11:14. Going to be 1 thou off on their reaction times. Very, very close. And that .001 is going to matter, as Kyle Fritz is going to be 9 thou off on his dial and is going to take this. In our left, Paul Lorton, looking for a 991 in his Chevy Vega. In the right, Tim O'More, looking for an 899 in his Camaro. Very, very close on those reaction times. 0.02 of a second off. Attention pits. Third and final call for YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel Junior Street, YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel High School, and Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycles. Third and final call on all three of those. In our right lane now, Jordan Hart, 2000 Corvette, looking for a 1288, and looking for a 1228, John Amstutz in a Z28 Camaro. In that Camaro, gonna hit a red light. It appears a vehicle has gone against the wall, and we're going to have to take a short intercession. While you have this short intermission, It may be a good time to grab a midnight snack or to use the restroom. It seems our problem has been resolved, and races will commence shortly. Attention pits. First call, Bert's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. In our left lane now, Luis Ortiz in a 68 Plymouth, looking for an 899. And in our right lane, Jessica Ryson, looking for a 1315 in a Chevy Malibu. Next up in our left lane, in a 74 Nova, Allison Bull. And in our right, Andrew Hanauska in a 13 Infinity G37. .004, nicely done by Andrew. And it's going to get him the win. Haley Bopp is going to be next, looking for a 1330 and an 07 Corvette in our right lane. Attention pits. Second call for Burt's Electric and Plumbing, Sportsman, lane 3 and 4. Next up in our left lane, Madeline Smith, looking for a 1009 in a Mini Cooper, and Jace Rennell, looking for an 1107 in our right lane in an S10. Jace is the champion of Junior Street. In our left lane for the semifinals for bikes, Marty Layton in the left on a Suzuki Bandit looking for an 1142. And in our right, Matt Blewett looking for a 992 on his Buell Cyclone. Attention pits. First call for Cannon Powder Coating, Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. Attention pits. Final call for Burt's Electric and Plumbing, Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Marty Layton gonna hit a red light on the semifinals for bikes. Dan Schneider now running his Harley V-Rod, looking for a 990. Attention pits. Second call for Cannon Powder Coating, Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. Don Butler looking for a 1578, and Samantha Kidd looking for a 1352 in our right lane. Kyle Vance now in the left lane in a 1990 Mustang looking for a 1207. And in a Grand Cherokee in our right lane, 1332 John Salesian. In our left lane, looking for a 1365 and a 74 Duster, Luis Hermosillo. And in our right lane, Ryan Tetrol. In a 65 Malibu, looking for an 1172. Attention pits. Final call, Cannon Powder Coating, Super Pro lanes 7 and 8, and a potential buy-in for Super Pro Q775. Now in our left lane, Allison Bull, looking for a 1229 in a 74 Nova. And in our right, looking for a 1287 Jordan Hart in a 2000 Corvette. Next up in our right lane, Cade Reynolds, looking for a 1718 in a Chevy S10. And in our left lane, in a Chevy Camaro, looking for an 1193 Chase Lamp. Chase Lamp, gonna get a red light. In the left lane, sponsored by Porter's Marine Service, Faustino Zaragoza in a 77 Vega. In our right lane, looking for a 513, Leroy Duran. Leroy Duran going to run a perfect 5.13 on the dial. Now Kyle Fritz in the left lane. And in the right, Jeff Morgan looking for a 7.25 and a 7.69 in the left. Attention pits. First call, Junior Dragster, 6 to 12. Sarah Kidd now in the left lane in an S10, looking for a 683. And in the right, Luis Valenzuela Sr. in an 84 Camaro, looking for a 556. Attention pits. Second call for Junior Dragsters, 6 to 12, and first for Junior Dragster, 13 to 17. Two great reaction times, a 004 from Sarah and a 005 from Luis. Sarah's going to take that race. 1 thou off of the dial. Now Chuck Hawk Jr. in the left lane. In an S10 looking for a 504, and Ken Rader looking for a 547 in the right. Gonna go red, 002. Chuck Hawk gonna get a 504 on dial, perfect. Lenny Fife in a Camaro in the left lane, looking for a 660. And Kristen Stevens going for a 495 and a dragster in the right. Attention pits. Final call, Junior Dragster 6 to 12. Second call, Junior Dragster 13 to 17. Now Rodney Ward in our left lane, looking for a 627. Daniel Slade in our right, looking for a 511. Brian Lopez. An 84 Camaro in the left lane looking for a 609. And Don Toya looking for a 536 in a Roadster. Attention pits. Final call, all junior dragsters. Father and son, Dylan Smith in the left lane, Randy Smith in the right. Racing dragsters, going for a 496 on Dylan and a 537 on Randy. Father takes him out with a dead 3. Now Rory Haar in the left, looking for a 495, and Tim Amore in the right, looking for a 502, both in dragsters. An 02 and an 023 from the pair. Tim just narrowly going to lose that. Next up, Nathan DeMarco in the left in a Yancer dragster looking for a 555. And Luis Ortiz shooting for a 526 in a 2015 Yancer. Luis gonna take that with a 008. Joe Landavazo looking for a 544 in his dragster. On the reaction time. Gonna get 0.02 off from his dial. In our left lane, Raiden Rogel, sponsored by Automotive Excellence and Travis Shoemaker and Pride Drilling. Shooting for a 14.23. Now in our right lane, gunning for a 9.16, Aubrey Keller. "6 years old, winning a race. What were you doing when you were 6? Now in our right lane, Mila shooting for an 8.91, and Reichel Raugel going for the 8.9. Sponsored by Travis Shoemaker, Pride Drilling, Automotive Excellence. Attention pits, first call for Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro, lanes 5 and 6. There's a potential buy for K733. Milo gonna get a red at 002. Both dials at 8.9. Ariana Vizway in the right lane, sponsored by Coleman Trucking, Torco, and Scrappers. In the left lane, Malachi Phillips, going for an 8.9. Far better reaction from Ariana, and it's going to get her the win. Attention pits. Second call for Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro. Now up and shooting for an 11.9, Christian Pridgeon. Sponsored by TMI, KD Engines, and AAG Glass and Tint. Our next pair, Allison Bull in the left lane going for an 8, and Jace Reynolds shooting for 7.9, sponsored by Hoosier, LAT, and KD. Two great reaction times from the pair. Allison Bull gonna get it with her 001. Now up for junior dragsters. Sarah Kidd in the right lane, shooting for an 804. And Parker Schroeder gunning for a 790. Attention pits. Final call for Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro. Also, first call for the finals on YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel High School and Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycles. Two very similar reaction times from this pair. Parker Schroeder going to take it. Cade Reynolds, sponsored by Hoosier, LAT and KD in our right lane, gunning for an 1174. In right lane, American Walk-In. Attention pits. Second call for YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel High School and Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycles. In our left lane, Kyle Fritz, shooting for a 1211. And in our right, going for an 1144, Mike Passerby. Attention pits. Final call for Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycles and YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel High School. Final call for the finals. Also pits. First call for Burt's Electric and Plumbing, Sportsman. Now in our left lane, we have Tyler Sally going for an 1158 in a 72 Dart. And in a 72 Chevy Nova, Jeremy Plyler going for a 930. 027 and 017 as their respective reaction times. Jeremy Plyler gonna take it with his 017. Now we have Luis Ortiz in his brother's Monte Carlo in the left lane, going for a 902. And in the right, 1057 Ken Passerby in a Chevy Vega. Now Mike Heath in the left lane, going for a 1039 in his Camaro. And in the right, Matt Hawk, 1148 in a Maverick. Attention pits, second call, Bert's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Attention motorcycles, we've given your final call. Now Jordan Hart in the left, gunning for a 1285 and a 2000 Corvette. And in the right, Mark Pelkey, 87 Monte Carlo, going for a 1038. Attention pits, final for high school, motorcycle, and sportsman. That's YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel High School, Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, and Bert's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman. All final calls. Now Tim Moore in the left lane in an 88 Camaro, going for an 897, and Chuck Hawk Jr., 11.09 and an 89. Now Joe Kidd Jr. in the Nova, the Outlaw Nova, 10.64. .028 reaction. Gonna get him up to 126 miles an hour, 10.619. Attention pits, Super Pro call 1 with a potential buy-in, 7-8. 7892 is the potential buy-in for Super Pro. In our finals for high school, Haley Bopp in the left lane, 07 Corvette, 1334. And Andrew Hanauska, 13 Infiniti G37, 1405. Andrew Hanauska, the high school champion. Attention pits. Second call for Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro. And remember, sportsmen, come get out here. Your final call has been made. Now for our bikes. For the finals for bikes, Matt Blewett in the left lane and Dan Schneider in the right, going for a 989 and a 982 respectively. And Dan is your bike's champion. Attention pits. Final call for Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. Now up for our Sportsman, Cade Rennell in the right lane, 1710 in an S10. Gonna get a red light, 013. Next up for our Sportsman, Kyle Vance in the left lane, going for a 1207. And in our right, 1173 on Tetriol. Attention, all junior dragsters, 6 to 12 and 13 to 17. First call. Kyle, gonna get a red. Now in our left lane, that Pinto back with Samantha Kidd, 1349. And a 1282 on Jordan Hart's Corvette in the right. Second call for all junior dragsters pits. Attention pits, 6 to 12 and 13 to 17, junior dragsters. Second call. Attention pits. Final call for all junior dragsters. 6 to 12 and 13 to 17 junior dragsters. Final call. Now up in our left lane, Randy Smith going for a 537 and Leroy Duran going for a 513. Now in our left, Rory Har, and our right, Christian Stevens. Going for a 497 in the left and a 493 in the right. Attention pits. First call for Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro, lanes 5 and 6. Now in our left lane, Brian Lopez, 84 Camaro, going for a 610. And Daniel Slade in the right going for a 5.12 in a dragster. Double 008 off of the dial for Brian is going to get him the win. Kyle Fritz now in our left lane, going for a 7.69 and a 543 in our right. Joe Kyle Fritz in the left lane, gonna go 004 red. Now on our left, Luis Ortiz in the Venom Yancer, going for a 526. And Chuck Hawk Jr. in the right going for a 504 and a 2000 S10. Very, very close reaction times. 2,000 off. But it's going to go to Luis. 002 better. Now another S10 in the right lane. This time Sarah Kidd going for a 983. Sarah running a 680 on a 980. Riker and Raiden, the brothers, going to be first up for our junior dragsters. Riker in the left, going for an 891, and Raiden in the right, going for a 1430. Information, Pro Ladder is posted in the back of the blue box, back of staging. Pro Ladder is posted. Raiden's going to red light against his brother. Riker's going to win that. Now up in our left lane, Christian Pridgeon, sponsored by AAG Glass and Tint, KD Engines, and TMI. He's going for an 1190. Going for an 890 in our right lane, Ariana Vizue, Coleman Trucking and Torco, and Scrappers Racing. Attention pits. Second call for Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro, lanes 5 and 6. Attention pits. Sportsman, Burt's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4, call 1, first call. Christian's gonna take that. And it's gonna be Christian and Riker in the finals for junior dragsters, 6 to 12. Now in our left lane, Parker Schroeder going for a 790, and also for a 790, Cade Reynolds, sponsored by Hoosier, LAT, and KD. Attention pits, final call for Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro, lanes 5 and 6. Parker going to beat Cade in the reaction time, and he's going to win the race. Now Allison Bull up for an 8 in the junior dragsters. going to be 9 thousandths off the dial, going 82 miles an hour. Attention pits. Second call for Burt's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Second call. Checks for Marty Layton and Matt Blewett. In the announcer room, we have checks for Marty Layton and Matt Blewett from Bikes. First up for our pros, Luis Ortiz in his Monte Carlo, his brother's Monte Carlo, going for a 905. And in the right lane, Mike Heath, 67 Camaro, 1039. Attention pits. First call for Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro, and final call for Burt's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman. Now Tim O'More going for 897 in an 88 Camaro. And Mark Pelkey, 1033 in a Monte Carlo. Tim, with .1 put away, still manages to lose to Mark Pelkey. Now Joe Kidd Jr. in the Outlaw Nova, going for a 1063, and an 1141 in the right lane. Mike Passerby. But Joe Kidd is going to get a red, 005, red. Now Jeremy Plyler, 927 on the dial in a 72 Chevy Nova. Five thousandths off on his dial. 9275 to a 927. Attention pits. Second call for our Super Pro Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro 7 and 8. Attention pits. Both junior dragster finals. First call. 6 to 12 and 13 to 7. Both junior dragster finalists. Attention pits. Final call for Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro lanes 7 and 8. Final call for Super Pro. Now up for our semifinals for Sportsman. Samantha Kidd in our right lane, 79 Ford Pinto, 1350. And in our left, 1702 Cade Reynolds, Chevy S10. Samantha gonna win. Cade on his brakes at the end there. finally for our sportsman, Ryan Tetriot in his Malibu, going 76, 1176. Attention pits, junior dragsters, 6 to 12 and 13 to 17, second call. Attention junior dragster finalists, this is your final call, 6 to 12 and 13 to 17. Joe Landavazzo in our left lane, going for a 542 in his dragster against Leroy Duran's dragster 512. Sarah Kidd in our left lane on her S10 going 684, and Louise Ortiz in our right 526 in American walk-in right lane. Sarah gonna take that one. Louis gonna get a red 006. Sarah gonna run a 680 on a 684. Almost hitting the dial. Brian Lopez gonna run an 84 Camaro for 609. And Rory Har, an undercover dragster for a 697. Brian gonna take that against Rory from South Dakota. Attention pits. First call for Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro. Attention sportsmen. Lanes are open. We'll take your final if you bring them back. The final for 6 to 12 is going to be Riker Rogel, sponsored by Diego and Brianna Rogel, and Travis Shoemake, and Pride Drilling and Automotive Excellence at an 8.9. And Christian Pridgeon on the right, 1190. .22 light for Christian, gonna get him the championship. Finals for 13 to 17 junior dragsters. Allison Bull in the right lane, going for an 801, and Parker Schroeder in the left, going for a 790. Attention pits, second call for our pros. Chuck Hawks and Auto and Performance, pros lanes 5 and 6. This is our 13 to 17 championship this morning. Allison going to be a little tardy compared to Schroeder's 007. Schroeder's going to be our junior 13 to 17 dragster champion this morning. Attention pits. Final call for Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro, lanes 5 and 6. Next up is going to be our Sportsman final. Attention pits. First call for cannon powder coating, Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. First up for our pro semifinals, Mike Passerby, 1137 in a Chevy Nova. And in our left lane, Mark Pelkey, 1032 on a Monte Carlo. Passerby gonna get a 001 red. Now in our left lane, Jeremy Plyler, 927 in a Chevy Nova. And in our right lane, Mike Heath, 1039 in a Camaro. Now up is our Sportsman final. First up, for our Sportsman final, Samantha Kidd in the Pinto in the left, going for an 1148 dial. And in the right lane, 1172 dial, Ryan Tetrol in his Malibu. Tetrol is going to be the Sportsman champion this morning. Surprised that Pinto made it to the finals with the reliability of Pintos. Attention pits. Second call for a cannon powder coating Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we got some checks up here for you already. Marty Layton, if you're still on property. Marty, we got a check for you. Also, Joe Landavazo, Luis Ortiz, and Rory Har. Got checks. Second floor timing tower, first door. Got some checks coming out already. So Rory Har, Luis Ortiz, Joe Landavazo, and Marty Layton. Got some checks up here for you. And I know, Pro, you just kind of went out just a minute ago, but you're sure welcome to bring them on back here as soon as you can kick your tires, splash the gas. Come on back. We'll take our Pro final. And we'll put out our final call for Super Pro. See, if you're not already there, it looks like most of you are there, so thank you. Otherwise, we'll put out our calls for kick the tires, splash the gas. Come on back. We'll take our final in Pro and our semi in Super Pro. It has gone out and gone around quite a bit that if you want to leave your trailers and stuff, kind of, we can't leave them on the pavement for the week because we do have stuff going on in the pits. But if you want to leave them until tomorrow morning, you're welcome to do that. So we can, you can come back about 9 a.m. or so tomorrow morning, and we'll get that taken care of. So once again, you are able to leave them here in the morning. So somewhere around 9 or so, they're going to open up the gates and you'll be able to get your stuff back out of here.
Next up for our Super Pros, Sarah Kidd in the left lane, going for a 682, and Leroy Duran in the right, going for a 511. Great reaction from Leroy. He's gonna take the Super Pro. Next up, Brian Lopez. 609 and an 84 Camaro. 039 on the reaction. Gonna hit a dead 4. Attention, Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro, lanes 5 and 6, second call. for our pro final. Jeremy Plyler, as Mark Pelkey is unable to make it. Tension pits. Cannon powder coating. Super Pro. Final call.
Hey, we got some more checks coming in. We got from Mike Heath, Mike and Ken Passerby, Riker Wohill, Cade Renault, Tyler Sally, Kyle Fritz, Jordan Hart, Matt and Chuck Hawk. So we got some checks up here. Second floor to timing tower. First door. So some more checks have appeared. So once again, Tyler Sally, Kyle Fritz, Jordan Hart, Matt and Chuck Hawk, Riker and Cade for our junior dragsters. I'm sure you guys are probably already gone. Also Mike and Ken Passerby and Mike Heath. So some folks that do have checks up here right now.
Our final race of the night, the Super Pro Finals. Leroy Duran on the right, going for a 5.11, and Brian Lopez on the left, 6.09. And Leroy Duran, the final champion of the night for the Super Pro